What's up, everybody? How you doing? What's up, Color? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, Shake. How about you?
I'm good, man. All I know, we have the Tuniers going.
What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Yeah. And then Chris Greer goes,
What the? See, that's the type of... I'm going to kick your ass.
oh, man.
Oh, man. Tell you what. Crazy world, ain't it, Shake?
Oh, yeah. What's going on? Welcome to the Finn's Tailgate, the tailgate that never stops.
So what do we got on tap for tonight? Open panel?
Yeah,
argument? You know, the usual.
Yes. Sorry, I'm late. I just got off of what's up, Timothy Webb, Washington.
Yeah, you had me thinking it was the 29th all day long because I knew it was Friday. I knew we do the drive time, and I knew you had it scheduled. So I looked at the date and saw the 29th. I'm like, oh, today's the 29th.
Tomorrow's 29th. My bad. But anyway, we finna get into it. Sit back, relax, and
everybody love everybody. Come on.
Wrong one.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work for it.
So, what's up? Hey, shout out. I want to first wish a early happy birthday to my main man, CB83. Happy birthday, my brother. Happy birthday.
Is that tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
So
Ryan AP,
CB83, are you going to be around tomorrow, or do we need to do the birthday song tonight?
Yeah, we could do
we
that.
Probably should do it later tonight, because he probably ain't going to be around tomorrow, knowing him.
Daniel Barry Sports, what's going on, man?
By the way, real quick, Shake.
Thomas Jensen, what's up?
I believe the 83 in CB83 might be the birth year, which means that CB83 will be turning 41, which means 6 months from now, he will literally be CB 41 and a half.
Yeah. What's up, Lewis? How you doing, bro? MCJB. So
we have no idea, Lewis. We have no idea.
Cat for life. What's going on, man? CBA3. What's up, IMAX? That was his football number in high school, 83.
Yeah, I was gonna say couldn't be 41. That dude can't be a day over 20.
So, all right, let's talk about this contract, And, I was thinking about today how, I don't know. Look, I'm saying it right now. 2016, right? There was a struggle between, I'm going to give you a timeline. Between, it was Chris Greer. According to Omar Kelly, Chris Greer drafted the players. Mike Tannenbaum did the finances. This is according to Omar Kelly. If you look up some of the first few episodes of the All Dolphins podcast, he'd said that it was like one of the first. It was within the first 10 episodes. So, and I played that clip on here last year when it was around this time last year when I played the clip. But anyway, so you move forward. Then you have 2019 where Brian Flores, Tannenbaum gets a demotion, and then you see him on ESPN. What's up, G? And then it's Chris Greer is running the show, right? Up until I would say last year, I've been hearing a name that I haven't heard prior to 2023, and that name is Brandon Shore. I've heard that first name from Lewis's homeboy, Jason Sarney. I know they're good buddies, him and Lewis. Then I heard Reason say the same thing, Brandon Shore. I'm hearing his name more and more. He's the cap guy. And like I said, prior to 2023, I never heard of this guy. And I listen to everything, you know what I mean? So but it leads to me to believe that I think Chris Greer gave the Xavier Howard contract, or maybe the Chubb contract, or maybe the Baker contract. Ross was like, "Man, you're giving out some bad contracts here. I mean, I'm on these front loaded. Maybe let's let Brandon Shore handle some of these contracts, and maybe, just maybe, he is the wrench in this whole plan, the wrench in the wheel, or stick in the mud, however you want to call it, that is preventing this deal to get along. Maybe he's a stickler,
I mean, he would be the one that's what you'd call the bookkeeper / treasurer. He'd be the one to have to make it make sense.
Yeah.
And he'd be the one looking at everything involved, not just number one passer and yardage and all that other stuff.
Yeah, because outside of you don't hear Reggie McKenzie, who's still there. You don't hear Marv Allen's name; he's still there. So and like I said, Brandon Shore is one of the guys that I hear now.
Right. Oh, he totally doesn't look like a Tua guy, man. I'm just saying. I'm looking at his picture now. I don't know, bro. No, he totally looks like a Tua guy. Not gonna lie.
Shit Money, I was trying to do an impression of you, but I couldn't find a bus to get on while I was wearing a protective helmet. Well, that's because the short buses that you're used to or are accustomed to riding, they have space for helmets. So it's okay, Michael K. Listen, I understand the short buses are more accommodating to the helmets, which you are accustomed to riding. So makes sense.
This is Brandon Shore, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think he
And by the way, Michael K reminds me is like that is like my creepy uncle. It's like my creepy uncle that everybody hides the alcohol from. because they're afraid of what he's gonna say.
What do you think, Shake? Two an
Who's that?
ear or two a hater? What do you think?
For him, I don't think he has. He doesn't look like. He doesn't look like he's capable of feeling emotions.
I was gonna say he looks like he don't give a dang about people's feelings, man.
No, the uncle that the women gotta hide their panties because they might be going missing. That's the uncle.
Yeah, the one popping up out of the bushes telling everybody, hey man, don't do that. That's 5 to 10.
Yeah. So yeah, I think look and I could be way off base, okay, but the only reason I'm bringing him up is because why are we hearing his name a lot now? You know what I mean? Why is his name?
Because people want to. People want to like be able to say, "Oh, it's that guy," because they like Greer too much, and they realized they were coming down a little too hard on Greer, and they're convinced that Greer loves Tua. So why wouldn't Greer be doing the deal? You know what I mean? It must be that Greer's not in control of the deal. So now we got to move on to the next person that would be in control of the deal.
By the way, Timothy Washington, I'm glad you enjoy my humor. Thank you. That's my man. So, yeah, I think.
And once they find out Shore is in charge of popcorn sales, they're going to be like, "Who's next?"
Cat for Life has deal. Is Brandon Shore the fall guy?
Well, at least the fans. I mean, is that who's bringing it up? I mean, is somebody trying to put it out there that this is the guy holding up the deal?
Mm-hmm.
Or is that the fans that are like, wait a minute, we shouldn't have been so hard on Greer. Let's look for the next, because we're getting called out for being hypocrites on Greer.
But here's the thing, and I don't necessarily think. Look, at the end of the day, Chris Greer and Ross supersede his authority, but however, I think that there is a level of trust if he says, "Hey, I strongly advise against this," that they actually listen to what he has to say.
Sure, because he's the guy that has to cut the checks.
You know,
he's the guy that has to answer to Ross when Greer goes to Ross and says, "Man, I really want this player," and Ross is like, "How much?" And he says, "Oh, well, let me go ask Shore." And Shore says, "Nope, can't do it." He better be right.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up? It's the other El Capitan. What's going on? From the West Coast.
That's Raphael, El Capitan and Raphael Chassin, huh? Chassin.
What's going on? Good to see you,
Resident
brother.
Raiders fan. Great podcast for the Raiders. He does big time Raiders. He's as big a Raiders fan as anybody here is a Dolphins fan at the Finn's tailgate.
Oh yeah, I'm glad. Hey, by the way, I am going to the Raiders. I'm gonna see if I can get tickets to the Raiders Cowboys preseason game.
Oh, that'd be
They're
cool.
playing the same day I'm getting married.
That'd be cool. I wonder if El Capitan, the sequel, is going to be coming over to Miami for the Raiders game. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, get a picture of both El Capitans.
I definitely want to take a picture of that in that stadium.
That would be Los Capitanos, right?
Mm-hmm. By the way, have you seen the new Beverly Hills Cop, Axel Foley?
No.
I'm just asking.
Was it CGI?
No, it's on Netflix.
They should do a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really cool.
Oh, it's a real thing. He still looks good. I'll tell you, for his age, he still looks good.
Imagine what they could do with that movie if they made it a cartoon.
Oh no, it's the dun, 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 and another dun, 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 dun,
Yep.
dun. That's like iconic, man.
Bum, 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 bum.
You know, just like with Bonanza, I never seen an episode of Bonanza, but I know the theme song.
Rawhide too.
Yeah. What's going on, Q? How you doing, my brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yes, right. So, yeah, man. And then the thing, we have trade options, and we'll see, man. I know a lot of people. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting, man. Will he will he play on his 5th year? A lot of questions. Will he demand a trade? Because the way I look at it,
on the 5th year, bro, I can't see the man turning down $23.5 million, man.
Listen, look, check this out. Nick Hicks, right? Nick Hicks got a guy with a broken hip injury, and you know, whatever you want to think about Tua, regardless, what he did for Tua was amazing. You know what I'm saying? And that, I think, elevated his status within the NFL community. And I think maybe, just maybe, if Athletes First could get Tua the bag, that's going to elevate their status within the NFL community. Like, damn, if you got Tua that bag, imagine what you could do for me. So I think, you know, that's one angle I got to look at, because Athletes First, they really will make a name for themselves if they get Tua that money that they're seeking. You know what I mean?
The problem for them is diminishing returns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're the guys that are getting that money from them right now are that's once more guy, like you're saying, let's say that, you know, that causes a whole bunch of more players to want to contract with them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, eventually they're not going to be able to do that for everybody, because there's only so much money in the entire league. So you'll end up having diminishing returns. In other words, the 50th player that signs up with them is not going to have as much good a time getting that big bag as, let's say, the first guy with them, whoever it was. I want to say John maybe, or somebody, or Daniel Jones. I don't know who their first guy was.
Real quick, MCJB, I plan on going to the Houston game, the Indianapolis game, the game of the fan club, which is against Arizona, and the New York game. But before I do, man, I got to introduce. I have to give this man an introduction. Mi hermano, Luis Amador. What's going on, brother? How you doing? The man who be cooking, folks. What's going on, bro?
Shake, what's good? Color, what's good?
It's good, man. How's the restaurant business, bro?
Hey, man,
it's
busy. It's been busy here lately. I've been doing my thing, cooking a lot. So
you're gonna have to hire a new chef pretty soon, man, or maybe a saucier or something.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you know, you need to hire. You need to hire Sharif, you know, because he be cooking.
Who?
Sharif. Yeah.
Never. Hey, man, listen. Never. That's why I figured let me hop on this panel show now so I can get out of here when everybody else comes. I go and hide in when everybody else comes.
That's a wise move.
Yeah. I can't do it.
Raphael Courtright, what's going on? So what's up, man? What's on your mind, brother?
Nothing, man. I guess, the hot topic is the contract. So
have you listened to what we were saying about Brandon Shore? Like, why is his name all of a sudden? Because prior to 2023, and you know me, I have my ears to the Dolphins as anybody, and I don't hear too many mentions of Brandon Shore prior to 2023.
Yeah, I guess
Now all of his name. Now all of a sudden, his name
is
is getting louder and louder.
Yeah, exactly. Give us any insight you might have on why his name is starting to be like. I didn't hear anything about it till Shake just said something, but apparently he's the talk of the town today, and we're kind of trying to figure out, why that might be.
Yeah, I think I think the Dolphins are following the Miami Heat motto. When
Is
things
he wearing
go right.
suspenders too?
Yeah. He probably walks around. He probably walks around the city of Miami with some suspenders on, Shake. You know, listen, man. At the end of the day, it's just to add a name like that is just another layer for us to peel, right? But at the same time, it gives them another option for a fall guy. I
Right.
mean, it just is what it is.
But I guess what I'm asking is it kind of the fans who didn't really like the reaction they got from their bashing Chris Greer, and now they're just kind of moving on to somebody else because they don't want to look like hypocrites?
I mean, it could be. Listen, we all know what Brandon Shore's job is, and that's thanks to Shake said it earlier, the great Jason Sarner. He's the one that put me and Shake on to Brandon Shore. But listen, supposedly Brandon Shore is the money guy, right? He's the cap guru. So I would have to imagine that he has some kind. I don't know if the word I'm trying to use is if he has say in the contract, but he's the one that's laying out the numbers in front of certain individuals, right? That is,
right.
Hey, I don't think he's talking to Tua so much, but
no,
on the
Dolphins side, sounds to me like he might be in that position of the one that has to interface with the lawyers of the company.
Well,
like
exactly.
When it comes to getting injury concerns in there and all that, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't even think it's staff. I'm just talking about from a pure money perspective. I think he lays out and he goes to Chris Greer and Steven Ross and says, hey, we can offer this and then we can still keep this, or add this. But if we go anything higher than this, we might lose out on this, or if we're looking somewhere else, we're going to lose out on that because then we won't have the money. Right?
Yeah, I just meant that when HR needs to interface with somebody at the football level, sounds like he might be the one in that position. You know what I mean? That goes both ways when it comes to the money.
And by the way, I said it too. I said, listen, Brandon Shore's power does not supersede Chris Greer or
I would agree with that.
Or Ross, but they respect him enough to if he gives out advice that they listen to what he has to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like he represents the LLC's concerns to the football guys. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we can do that with cap will work, but then there's this aspect. We got to make sure those guys are happy up at the top that do business, that are part of running the business. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, listen, I had said it about a month and a half ago, almost going on 2 months now. I think, Color, for what you're talking about, I don't think that's Brandon Shore. I think Brandon Shore has one job. He is the money guy.
Okay.
Right? That's what I think Brandon Job.
But just on the football side of operating.
You got a legend in the building. Ian, what's up?
I think the one that has a little bit more power than no one gives him credit for, right? We think he's the promotions guy. He puts on the events and shit like that. Nah, I think that's what his job title is, but I think Tom Garfinkel is the one that has a large say in what goes on. And I don't think, again, bro, we always talk about Stephen Ross not being a football guy. Tom Garfinkel has nothing to do with football. He has no knowledge. So if that's the case, and he does have some pull or say, I don't like that for the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, you know what? Look, if you listen to when they hired McDaniel, right? The thing that Chris Greer says, hey, he will report to Chris Greer, who will report to either me or Garfinkel.
Right. Well, Garfinkel's the president and CEO of the company, so he would be like, the owner. If you want to look at it like, let's say, the president of the country, right? The owner would be the people. The president would be the president. So, like, the owner is Stephen Ross, but the president, basically the top guy when it comes to the business people saying who is in charge of this company, who speaks for this company and its owner's wishes. That's going to be Tom Garfinkel.
And then
EM must have got him.
Yep, that's what it was. EM done radar jammed him. He's probably talking right now. He probably don't even realize it happened. He's like, yeah, and the thing of it is,
yeah, there he is.
He knows now.
What's going on? There you go.
Damn, that shit kicked me out, bro. That's crazy.
And we were wondering how long you were talking after because it went so quick.
Yeah, no, I noticed as soon as it dropped me off, I was like, damn, what the hell is going on? But no, listen, as far as Tom Garfinkel, right? I think Code was making the point, or somebody made the point. Yeah, I think that's what, again, his job title is. I have no problem with what you said. I have no problem. But what I'm talking about, I think he's making football decisions. I think he has a lot more power.
Oh, I got you.
Than what, and again, from a business side and what he does for the Dolphins, cool. It's great. I love it. Continue success in that endeavor. But if you're able to pull buttons like in football, hey, I want this guy, or if he has a strong voice of who we sign, right, in this scenario, or who we bring in, who we getting out, I don't like that. Because he's not a football guy. The same way I wouldn't want Stephen Ross kind of doing it. Go get you some football. That's why we get so happy when we hear Reggie McKenzie has a voice. The football guy. Whether you like Chris Greer or not.
In my country analogy,
Marv Allen.
It would be like if
Marv
the president
Allen,
of the United States went to the local FBI chapter and wanted to fire their janitor. You know what I mean?
Right.
The president don't do that. You know what I mean? The guy that runs that office does that.
Absolutely. I want football guys making football decisions. I want, Stephen Ross, hey, cut these checks, right? Be good to the community. Tom Garfinkel, same, right? I do that, but stay in your lane. But I don't know. I in my opinion, I do believe Tom Garfinkel has a lot more say or power in that building than what everybody leads off. Because again, Shake, I know you said Brandon Shore. It could be Brandon Shore too. For me, I don't think it's Brandon Shore. I think it's more Stephen Ross, and then again, there's another name, Tom Garfinkel. I think he, his voice.
I'm just bringing up Brandon Shore. Like I said, I don't think he has say in what's going on. I just think, you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's the fact.
It's like if I was to ask you for, like, say for instance, you worked in the weed business, whatever. I was to ask you for something advice, I would take your advice. You know what I mean? I strongly advise you not to. By the way, they're firing fireworks. My dogs. You hear my dogs barking?
Yeah, I do. We do hear it, but not. Hey, it's
again,
not.
Same thing, Shake. It's like the president is the president, and he's not going down to the Department of Education saying you should hire that teacher at that school in that local state somewhere. You know what I mean? That ain't his job. He don't know about teachers in schools. He only knows I got to get funding to the Department of Education. You know what I mean? Same with Garfinkel. All he's supposed to know is I got to get this resource to this place. He ain't going down saying, okay, I need you to get a better quarterback, or, you know what I mean? That's not his job. His job is to say, oh, we need a better brand toilet paper rolls in the bathroom. You know what I mean? So he's going to contact Solo and make a deal with them. You know what I mean? He's not going to go like buy the paper towels himself and install them all. He's not going to hire the janitor that puts them all in. That's going to be the custodial department's manager that does that. And so I'm with Lewis. I don't think it's a wise idea to have him saying which wide receiver we need or which running back we need. Just how much we can spend on it. I don't hear you, Shake. Is that just me?
That was the problem with what's his name? Damn it, the guy we fired before Greer. He was a cap guy.
Oh, Tannenbaum?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't an Italian evaluator.
Well, Tannenbaum was an idiot in talent evaluating and with money. Do you remember the horrible and again, we shit on Chris Greer all the time, but do you remember the days of Mike Tannenbaum? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we paid freaking Ndamukong Suh like what 3 years after he was freaking gone.
Yep, and don't forget that Tannehill got at the time what was top money for nothing. I think it's partly he's the reason a lot of us are so gun shy with Tua, because it's like we already did this before where we gave a guy top money for expectations. The only difference is we hadn't built the team yet. This time around, at least we got the team built.
It is pouring over here where I live out here.
Yeah, it's about to rain over here where I'm at.
It is pouring.
I think that stuff's coming our way, Lou. Like it's a mess in the tropics right now. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Like the whole everything north of Lake Okeechobee is covered in rain right now.
Yeah, this sucks. And it's been raining over here for the past like week. It's just every day, but like today, it's been all day.
Yeah, the tropics are definitely busy. The gravy train's coming.
Hey, yeah. I think, well, hopefully, God forbid. I don't even want to put it in the atmosphere, but I think this is going to be an eventful summer, to say the least, down here in Florida.
It's funny how you said the pun. Like you don't want to put it in the atmosphere. Like,
yeah, right. So
it's like no pun intended.
No pun intended. Exactly.
We want it to stay up in the atmosphere, just roll on by.
Yeah, man.
I ain't ready for that kind of stuff right now. My windows are too thin, man.
Yeah, man. I'm tired of every year it's always the same shit, man.
And I got this big pine tree right outside my window that nobody's ever cut down for some reason.
It's just crazy too. And you know it's coming because it's so hot. That's what,
And it's been a while since we all had to get ready, Like
Absolutely.
Even just to get ready, it's been a while.
Right.
I ain't seen a run on Home Depot in a minute.
Yeah, I think the last bad one we had was the one that hit over there like Fort Myers area.
Yeah.
The Cape Coral area.
Yeah, and the last time we all had to make a run on the stores was because of the pandemic, not because of a storm.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't have to do that. Hopefully the storm that's coming is this Tua contract. Hopefully that's the storm that's coming. Because I think that would actually be worse for certain communities. That hurricane might be worse than the actual.
And you might be right. And we're also headed for like a lot of the meteorologists are saying that this year is set up exactly how 2005 was.
Like I said, this Tua contract, like I told y'all, this is the OJ verdict.
What do you damn, Shake? You think people are gonna riot, Shake?
They're telling you there's gonna be one portion that's gonna be happy, and there's gonna be one portion that's gonna be pissed off. There's no in between.
True. Yeah, that's true. It is.
And 40 years from now, both of those sides' opinions are gonna be reversed. Watch. I used to be a guilty guy. Now I'm a not guilty guy. Like, 20 years goes by, you might change.
I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping for the best. I hope Tua does get this deal done with Miami, and I hope he leads us to a championship. And then I think all will be forgiven, man. Everything that everybody's ever said and stuff like that. If one day here in the near future we are having a boat parade, let's say, in Miami with that Lombardi, I doubt anybody's going to be talking about pulling up with addresses and dropping locations. I think everybody will be in one central location and we'll be just fucking fine. So,
and I bet, and if they're smart, they do a boat parade all the way down the intercoastal, because if they did that, you'd have people lined on that seawall from West Palm Beach straight down to Miami, man. You'd have that entire seawall lined, bro.
It would be, listen, I could only imagine the boats and yachts that you'll see in Miami. Because I know down here in Tampa Bay, when they had their boat parade, I wasn't in it, wasn't there, nothing like that, but I was doing some work in downtown, and they were coming up, they started the boat parade right off the downtown area, right off Bayshore Boulevard. And the yachts that not only the players were in, but just the boats from regular human beings that were surrounding those boats. It was the craziest fucking scene, gentlemen,
like
I think I've ever seen. It was just boat after boat.
Yep.
I don't know how boats weren't running into boats because they were just everywhere.
God damn.
It was fucking wild, man. So I could only imagine in Miami.
Yeah, they and again, if they do it clean, we got to play. I don't know if you all have ever been to Sunfest up here in West Palm, man, but that whole area that they zone off for Sunfest is like 3 or 4 city blocks right on A1A, or not A1A, Federal Highway, right there lining the intercoastal. And that's meant for people to gather right there and look at the intercoastal waterway. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's meant for. That's what, Sunfest and all that. It's like a big street fest. You know what I mean? And it's right along there. They could start it like in Riviera Beach and just run it all the way down to Biscayne, man. They probably have to start like 2 days ahead of time. It'd be like a 2.5 day long parade. Or they could start on the turnpike up here in Lake Worth and just roll it right down the turnpike to the stadium. And maybe have another parade coming up from the south and they meet in the middle at the stadium. I don't know. Seems like a whole lot of people north of Sunrise got shafted on the Panthers parade, bro. I'm not going to lie, man.
But what's funny is everybody wants to give it's Miami sports, but they're not really. Do you guys consider Panthers Miami sports?
Well, it's Florida Panthers, so
yeah,
it should be statewide. They should have ran that parade all the way down I-95. I mean, technically, but I guess the people in that part of Florida have been the most staunch fans since they moved there. So,
Well, just don't bring the Florida Panthers down I-4. Because I-4, goddamn it, we got the real champs of the state of Florida, and that's the goddamn Tampa Bay Lightning. Goddamn it!
Wow,
y'all got 3, right?
We have 3, Shake, and remember, in 2020? I would have to fact check that, but the last back-to-back Stanley Cup champions is the Tampa Bay Lightning.
That is correct.
Yeah, they got one. It was like in 08 or 07. Florida.
Well, that was the first one, but they remember the last 5 Stanley Cup appearances have been three times the Lightning, and these past 2 years has been the Panthers. We've owned hockey in the state of Florida the last 5 years.
The whole thing about the Canadians winning one,
and don't forget Las Vegas too. It was in Las Vegas too.
We checked the other day. 1993 was the last time a Canadian team won.
Yeah, for sure. So
and we all know that Michael K loves some Canadians.
Well, listen, you could play hockey, right? That's the great thing about Florida. If you're a hockey player and you lived in, again, let's just call it what you know. I'm not PC, right? I don't have a PC bone in my body. Those shitholes, other places, right? If I could come down here and be in an arena where, again, it's the same kind of fucking ice, but I can live in the great state of Florida, why the fuck would I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck would I want to be in one of these cold cities? Oh, because we play hockey? Nah, I could play hockey in Florida and win championships. And
Besides,
going to the fucking beach.
Don't the hockey players like their ice a little wetter? You know?
Hey, man, listen. I know a lot of the hockey players down here, especially in Tampa. These motherfuckers are moving like, I guess because a lot of people I know a lot of the hockey players. I ain't gonna lie. I go to a lot of hockey games. And you just see them around. You start seeing their faces. They're like normal people because a lot of people don't recognize them. So you'll just see them, bro. They'll be at local restaurants. They're in your local supermarkets and shit. And they're just regular fucking people. But you can always tell because they're missing teeth. And you'll see them during the season. They'll have black eyes and shit.
I mean, dude looks like Travis Kelce, but he's missing 3 teeth. He's probably a hockey player.
Exactly. And they wear that shit proudly. Like you would figure a guy would want to go back to a dentist and maybe, get it fixed or whatever. No, these motherfuckers just walk around like it's a badge of honor for them.
I mean, you can buy yourself a new set of teeth. You can't buy yourself a new hockey stick.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man. Listen, to be honest, I love hockey. Besides football, I would much rather watch hockey for an 82-game season than like baseball and shit like that. Hockey, bro, I'll be honest. Football is always going to be king. Anywhere you go, it doesn't matter where it is. Football is king. And that playoff, that it's a 1-game sample size, is none of these game, series or nothing like that. You got to be your best on every Sunday. So that's why
the thing, bro. That's probably, you know what? If hockey,
it's the best sport.
If hockey had a 25-game season, same with NBA. If they shorten that to like 30 games, I would watch every season. I would pick a team, I would get into it, and I'd be just as into it as everybody else, man. I just
can you imagine
follow sports that have such long seasons, man?
Can you imagine? Or I just thought to throw this out there. Can you imagine if basketball or hockey was 18 games and one, just like the playoffs, had the same schedule as playoffs? Would it have the same impact?
Listen,
I think it would.
Hockey, besides football, right? And again, it's king. There's not a more enjoyable sport to go watch live in person. I think a hockey game to watch live in person is better than an actual football game. I'd rather watch a football game at the house. But a hockey game, especially playoff hockey, I don't know if you two gentlemen have ever been to playoff hockey. Bro, it is the best atmosphere I think I've ever been to.
I mean, that's the reason. That's the only time I really watch is like when either playoff hockey, like for instance, when everybody's watching it and I'm bored and there's nothing else for me to get into. I love playoff, like the atmosphere. Same with playoff basketball.
Hockey is the shit, bro.
And again, this is why I like Olympic hockey so much, because it's like you talk about a short season. You're only talking about 2 weeks long or whatever. You know what I mean? Every game matters in Olympic hockey. So I'm with you there, man. It's just so hard, especially with baseball, where you're like, it's only 20 games in, man.
Yeah, it drags
and you can't get too excited if you're 15-5, and you can't get too down on yourself if you're 5-15. It's like, who cares? If you go on a run, you're right back in the season. So why am I watching? I'll just wait till the end, find out where we're at, and let's go to the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's too many games, and then, like I said, I'll go to a couple baseball games a year. I try to, for the Rays. My dad's a big Yankee fan, so when the Yankees come down, we'll grab tickets.
Well, that's the other thing that's way more fun when in person than watching on TV, for sure.
Yeah, baseball, I would say, baseball is better when you're actually there. On TV, I just can't watch at all.
Because when you're there, even something as small as like hearing the snap of that glove when the ball hits it, dude, makes it more exciting than TV, man.
Right. Yeah.
You're like, wow, these guys are actually doing something that's hard. You know what I mean? When you hear that crack of the glove, man, you're like, oh, damn, that ball came in pretty fast.
out of all the baseball games I think I've ever been to, and it's probably over the years, I would say probably over 100 games, maybe. I probably sat and watched a full 9 innings of baseball maybe 5 times out of that 100.
Right. I only did it in the one season when I moved to St. Louis when they went on a run. I was like, all right, I got to watch now because, like, that's all there is to do here.
Yeah, I can.
And they came
Baseball is
through.
my least favorite.
Yeah,
I do want to go check out one of the soccer games, though, either Inter Miami. I heard those tickets are expensive as fuck.
Now, Lewis, I have watched some live soccer when I visited Germany, like some minor league. My uncle took me to a game, and it was like small venue. It was like almost like being at a high school football game, that small a venue. But they're like, pros. They're minor leagues, but they're like good pro, German soccer players. And that shit was fun, man. I really enjoyed it. Being right there, seeing the action right up close, it's way better than watching soccer on TV.
Yeah, I want to try to get tickets to that Inter Miami, but again, I heard those tickets are super expensive. Maybe I'll just get with Ali though and drive up I-4, and because I know he goes to the Orlando team.
Yeah, Ali's definitely a good point man for all that is soccer.
Yeah, I know we got the Tampa Bay Rowdies over here, but that's not even MLS. That's like a lower tier than MLS. And I've seen that a couple times, but even there, the atmosphere was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, but it wasn't.
Speaking of, I also watched an amateur American football game in Germany too. They have this 12-team league in Germany of American football, and it's like minor leagues. You know what I mean? All American players, pretty much. And bro, halftime, they're all sitting out behind the bleachers smoking cigarettes. It's like football. It's like the NFL in the 80s, man. It was awesome.
Man, that Germany had one of my favorite soccer players ever, man. What was that guy's name? His last name was Schweinsteiger or something like that.
Yeah.
What was his last name? I don't remember his first name, but that guy Schweinsteiger. That bitch was bad as hell.
I usually try to rock with them in the Olympics because I was born there and all, but I'm still a patriot, so I go with the men's guys, the American guys, you know what I mean? Just because they're never going to win, so they're the underdog, And as an American, it's like, can't get no more underdog than American, and you can't get no more underdog than American soccer. Like, we suck, man.
Hey, Dolphinier says Bostonian. Is that what he's saying? That guy's name? Bostonian Schweinsteiger? Does that sound right?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna make a college attempt in spelling it.
Yeah, he said Bastian. I don't know, but shout out to that guy, whoever
Bastian.
it was.
His name's Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Oh, there it is. We got it confirmed. He was one of my favorite players when I was growing up. What years did he play for Germany? Because I know he was
I don't know, but his recent picture, I think he's coaching somewhere because he looks familiar. Okay, so he played for FV Oberdorf. That's a local team. Oh, Bayern Munich. He was with Bayern Munich.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2015 to 17, he played for Manchester United. And then 17 through 19, he played for the Chicago Fire. And then his international career, he's played for the German team from 2000 to 2016.
Yeah, see, 2000. Yeah, in the early 2000s. That's when he was a monster.
It doesn't show him as a coach anywhere, but he looks like a coach somewhere, bro. He actually looks like Julian Assange, bro. Wow, look at this. I'm gonna show you real quick. Tell me this guy don't look like Julian Assange, man. Look at that, dude.
Yeah, that's my man, Schweinsteiger, goddammit. That's my
He looks
man.
like Julian Assange, bro. Like straight up, that's his doppelganger. Well, free this man.
Actually, he looks like Bill Clinton, but that's neither here nor there. But
I thought he looked like Anderson Cooper.
A little bit there too, yeah. A little Anderson Assange. Little mashup.
Yep. You know, you guys were talking about soccer. My soccer days were back when the North American Soccer League. Now that's going a lot before some of you guys were even alive or whatever. And the Cosmos were like king of the league. Oh my God. And that 77 team with like Pele, Canalia, and all them, I mean, they barely lost any games. They just dominated, but that's for me. And then, like, I heard you colors say about soccer in Germany. There used to be a show with growing up from 77 till about 83, and it was called Soccer Made in Germany. And I used to sit every Saturday and watch it. I thought it was pretty cool. I don't know.
Any plans for the weekend, gentlemen? Any plans for the weekend? Anybody?
No, it's supposed to be storm.
No.
NBA. No,
I got overtime tomorrow. I had plans until I got overtime.
Anybody got any 4th of July plans? I know it's a week
I
away.
got line plans.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm probably just going to be cooking out.
Crazy, just hanging out with some friends.
Yeah. I was going to cook out for my mother and I, but we'll see. It's supposed to be 94 here in Emmaus.
Where are you at?
From again?
Emmaus. Well, it's near Allentown, Pennsylvania, but I live in Emmaus, PA.
Oh, okay.
It's a little town. So, but
Man,
I love
is that
it.
hot up there?
It's supposed to be that hot. Oh yeah, we've had some good 90s. Last Thursday we had a 97-degree day.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm from West Palm Beach originally, but I live in Little Rock, Arkansas now, and man, it is hot here.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy out here.
We talk about Pro Bowl. Well, soon, I think it's middle of July, late July, early August? The colleges will start practicing soon. And always get ramped up. I know down in Arkansas, are you a big Razorback fan?
Up for anybody else?
I actually just moved here. I got a job here out of the military, and I just moved here.
Oh,
he is breaking up a little bit, Lou.
Well, thank you for your service.
Oh, appreciate it, man. But no, they're crazy here though, bro. They have no like professional sports here, so they're all Razorback fans. It's crazy here.
Yep.
I was in Louisiana before this, and
Ian is a Razorbacks fan.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Ian.
I didn't know. That's dope.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian was originally from Arkansas, then moved to Texas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh wow. So
hey,
yeah,
shout out
to the Dolphins, but I'm a huge Notre Dame fan, or some people call it Notre Dame. We'll see how we do.
Yeah, I like LSU personally, but I was there for the last like 5.
Hey, hold on, real quick. I spoke to this guy last week, and this next guest I'm about to bring. I spoke to him, and he's retired now. He's getting to retire, and I suggested, because usually, Louis, you know how we like we want to bring someone on to the Fins tailgate. We talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So I presented this next guest to El Capitan, and he's like, man, this guy is one of the most calm, most collective, we all could aspire to be as good as this next guy, man. So I would like, it's my honor and privilege to represent, to announce and introduce the next, the newest member of the Fins Tailgate, my man, Mr. Polk. What's going on?
Hey, what's good, Mr. Paul?
Hey,
man?
how's it going? Shake
Hi, Mr.
Money.
Pope. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, Craig. How you and Bryson? How you guys doing?
Okay. Just up here relaxing. Uh, have to do my legs. Do you know what lymphedema is, Mr. Paul?
What's that now?
It's called lymphedema. Do you know what that is?
I I think so, but you tell me because I may have that same condition. I mean,
It's
which
your limbs can swell up from your lymph
right?
nodes, and that's what I have. So I'm
And
on a
by the way,
machine right now.
I want to give a quick shout out to. I want to give a quick shout out to Chef Jew, and I'm gonna do it this way.
What's up, y'all? This is Chef Jew. Looking for a great chef for your next catering party, private party, office party, etc. with welcome watering meals and desserts. Let Chef Jew Catering and Sweet Treats take care of it for you at an affordable price. Call me at 786-804-8096. Also, reach me at chefjewcatering@gmail.com. Direct message on Facebook and Instagram at Chef Juice Catering. Chef Juice Catering and Sweet Treats. Food with a passion. We do it all.
Yeah.
Damn, that looks good stuff there. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, look, but isn't don't you think whatchamacallit is a welcoming addition to the family, Mr. Polk?
Hey, man, listen. This is why TFTG again is so great because they let everybody have a voice. Everybody is welcome, and for me, I can't think of a better addition to have part of the actual team here at TFTG than Mr. Paul, man, because the man don't raise his voice, he don't cuss, but he's passionate about the Dolphins. So anybody that's passionate about the same thing that I'm passionate for, I consider him a brother of mine and now also a colleague here on the Fins Tailgate. So from me to you, Mr. Paul, welcome, homie.
Very good.
And thank you, and I appreciate that because all you guys are like brothers to me, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's just a pleasure to be able to come up here and hang out with you guys and learn from you guys. Because I'm learning from each and every one of you guys up here and the ones who are not in the panel right now, and some of the guys in the chat room. So you guys uplift me the same way y'all say I uplift you. You guys uplift me as well, and I consider you guys my brothers. So I love you guys.
And remember, Sharif learned everything he knows from EM, right?
Well, it's funny. It's funny you brought that up, Shake, because Mr. Paul, again, I'm here just to try to help you and give you advice. I would say I'm glad you're learning from all of us and certain other people, but please stay away from EM. Don't learn from EM, Mr. Paul, because that man it's terrible. That shit is terrible. Don't listen to EM. Whatever. Don't learn from that man.
Okay. Well, y'all killing me.
Uh,
but Craig, getting back to what you said, with me, I have what they call a edema in my lower legs, and
okay.
it had gotten real bad to the point where that plus a combination of other things put me in the hospital. But I
Oh,
would say
wow.
that,
Sorry to hear that.
yeah. But the thing is, God bless me, and He brought me out of it, and the conditions, the edema in my legs have straightened up along with medication, changing the way I eat, and doing a little more, being a little more active. And the main thing is that I'm not working anymore. So just like Shake said, I'm in the paperwork process of retiring. So even though I'm
God
not
bless you,
working,
man.
yeah. So I kind of understand what you're going through with your legs, man. I understand. And I
Yep.
pray that you get better.
It's something. It's something, and I get some funny looks from people when I'm at restaurants. Because I mean, my one leg is really swollen, and I do it twice a day. Once in the morning, once like in the evening. And like you said, you've been to the hospital, so you know like what it's like to see those compression things that go up and down, those stockings that they stick on people.
Yeah.
And that's what I have to do twice a day.
Right.
So
Well, I'm actually on medication to help keep that. The medications that I take, because what happened was with me, Craig, is that fluid. I drink a lot of water, and I mean, I just love water. And what because the condition, it will the water will retain in my lower parts of my leg. But because of the medication I'm on, and like I said, the things that I'm doing, the legs are going down and what have you to the point where they're pretty much normal size. But you can still see the what's the how should I put it, the effects of it um because of the edema. It left like little patches and scars on my leg. So they told me
yeah.
that they put me on the medication that I can rub on my leg, and it's going to take years for it to kind of clear up. So
Yes.
it's just a slow process. The best
Hey,
thing I can say to you is get to know your body real well, because that's what I wasn't doing. I wasn't paying
Yes.
attention to my body and not knowing it. You know.
hey, by the way, Mr. Polk, I just want you to know
Well, my
they did a study. They did a study, Mr. Polk.
Uh huh.
Everybody who drank water died. They're gonna
Damn.
die.
oh shoot.
Yo, don't li-
Oh God, Shay.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh Lordy, Lordy.
Yo,
Well,
Everybody who
my
died
my
drank
thing
water.
is my weight.
yo, Shake
So
is wild.
It's true.
oh God. I love you,
Tell me I'm
Shake.
wrong.
Though that's what I love about this community. We can talk about stuff like this and other things. It doesn't have to be strictly football in the off season. Once it gets closer, that's fine. But now,
Mm-hmm.
it's great. You can talk with people about your ailments and not feel like shamed about it. Like I said, some people, because my right leg can get so swollen, I get funny looks from people sometimes.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
I
man.
went
Don't.
through I went through that too, and I'm a heavy set person, but my weight is going down. But I can't really. I mean, I
Yeah.
used to worry about people looking at me now, but when I go out, I just enjoy my life the best way I can. I can't really worry
Oh,
about
so do
what
I.
people.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw 'em, man.
I do too. And when it's not so hot up here, I try and take my dog for like nice walks.
Hmm.
We go walks together, and I talk to him because nobody else will listen to me except you guys.
Hmm. Well, these
But
same
I
guys.
love being part of this community.
Well, you're with a good one, because these same guys helped me get through me losing my brother little bit more than a year ago. All these guys,
Oh,
all
I'm
these
sorry
guys,
you lost your brother.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Mr. Polk.
right? And some of the guys who are
Yeah,
not
that's
here right
tough.
now, Kaepernick, Ali, it's a whole bunch of them, and all these guys in their own way, Lewis, and I mean everybody contribute to helping me deal with the loss of my brother.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I'm here, because these guys are family to me. I love them,
I,
and the ladies
can
too.
I ask you how old was your brother, if you don't
Um.
mind me asking?
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't mind. He was 70, and what happened
Oh,
is
oh,
he had a stroke, and he never
Mm.
did
oh,
recover from it.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Yeah.
My grandfather died
yeah,
from a stroke.
yeah,
It's not easy.
Mm-mm.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
But I
tough.
guess
Yeah,
yeah.
my 1980, my grandfather died of a heart attack. So, and I was
Mm-hmm.
only like 14 when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I have no grandpa. My grandmother died, oh God, over 10 years ago. but she lasted till she was 97.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I hear you.
So, you know, hey. But you know what? I've learned this. Life goes on. You know, I lost my father. He was only 54. My mother, who currently lives with me, well, I live with her, I should say. She's 88. She's had a blood clot. She's got some heart problems going on. So the thing is, we take care of each other.
There you go. That's it.
But yet, over the years, because I've lived with her, I've gotten a hard time. Well, who I thought were my friends. Oh, you live with your mom, and then, well, my mother needs me, you know, because my brother lives. At that time, my brother, when he died, my brother was in the Navy, and my sister lived in Virginia. Well, now my brother lives in Virginia, and my sister lives in North Carolina. So people have to understand, it's not like my brother and sister are hop, skip, and a jump away.
Right.
You know, people. But yeah. So was that your only sibling?
No, I have another sibling up. I'm not gonna say where he's at. Up the road, not too. Let's just say about 5 hours away, and what have it. And my mom is
Okay.
she's.
Yep.
I'm here with her now because she's 90, and so it just say we're kind of taking care of each other. She's 90. She'll come and
Yep.
check on
And
me
that's
and
how
all
I
that.
am. Yes,
Yeah. So
absolutely. And that's the best thing when you can take care of each other.
there
But
you go.
God forbid, the nicest thing is when my mother does pass. I have a brother and sister that I could lean on and for some financial advice, what to do.
Hmm.
So,
Yep. And then I got my family here with
but
the Fields tailgate. So that's additional family for me right there.
Yeah, hey,
yep,
I gotta
yep,
say,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, Cap and Color and the whole crew, they've really made something special with this channel.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
I've
Oh
been
yeah,
here for a little
And sh-
while now and seen a lot
and
of additions with Shake and
Shake,
Lou and
exactly,
Crypto,
exactly.
now Mr. Polk,
yeah.
you know,
Don't
Ali the
forget my man
same.
KP too. KP.
Yeah,
KP, yeah, KP,
it's
that was awesome. That fantasy football league, that was fun, man. He
Yeah.
set that up. And yeah, just been a good time hanging out here. See, I haven't lived at home for like 10 years now, 8 years. And so I'm not always around Dolphin fans. I'm like the only Dolphin fan anywhere I go. So it's nice just to talk to some Dolphin fans and get some, feedback on what people think about the team and,
exactly
the outlook. And I'll be honest, man,
Yeah.
coming here, I got to change a lot of opinions I had about certain stuff and open my mind up to the game. Um, just from like having different perspectives and stuff, man. It really does make you a better fan. And it's fun too, man. I mean, it'll get heated up here every once
Yep.
in a while, but it's all fun and it's all love.
right. And like I
Yep.
said,
Yeah.
it's
Yes,
so
it
many
is.
members of the Fiends tailgate that, like I said, each one of these guys have their own. They look at the Dolphin in their own way, and I learned just by listening to each of them talk about what they think of the Miami Dolphins. Sometimes you may not agree with what somebody say, but you respect and you learn from them, and that includes people in
Yeah.
the chat room also.
And at the end of the day, I mean, if you're a true Dolphins fan, everyone wants the same thing, and that's just to
Hmm.
go win a Super Bowl. I mean, literally everybody in the fan base, if they're a true Miami Dolphin fan, they want to go win a bowl. So,
That's for real.
we
Oh,
think we can
absolutely,
get there in different
absolutely.
ways, and that's where a lot of the, I wouldn't say division, but the debating becomes because, we have different ideas and how we're going to get there, if we can get there and whatever. But no, I mean, I think the Miami Dolphins fan base online alone, I think is very special. We have a lot of really educated fans that
Hmm.
are vocal on not just this channel but other channels. Twitter gets
Hmm.
kind of crazy sometimes, but people are there too. I think we have a really solid fan base. We can get crazy and a little toxic sometimes, but I think we have a solid fan base presence, on social
Well,
media.
you're gonna get crazy, but for me, like Shake and everybody, they're like my second family, and I like that. we can talk like this, like about, what we talked about before about, our ailments, or just talk football or talk about anything. And that's what I like. I think it's a great channel. I love it. When my brother and sister were here, they got a kick out and they're like, wow, you really opened up to them. And I said, I feel like I can talk to them. And that's what I love.
And that's the whole point of the tailgate, to be honest, is that people can feel comfortable, come up, talk to each other, meet people, and everybody can have a voice. I think that's what's the most important thing.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I love this channel, and I don't always get to listen, but I try and listen and get on every now and then and have a good time, Sometimes
Yeah.
things get heated, but it's going to get heated. I mean, look, you have a sibling, you're going to argue with your sibling.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it is, and it's
Yeah,
kind of,
and we're all
no, go ahead.
passionate too. We're all passionate
Yep.
too. That's another thing, is that everyone loves this team and they
Mm-hmm.
just want the best for them. I'm a young fan, so like I've only seen us not be successful. That's my whole life. I grew up watching my dad. I'm a Dolphins fan because of my dad. I watched him yell at the TV every Sunday morning. So
Yes.
that was my experience. I didn't get to see the Marino days. I didn't get to see the olden days. Like, I never got to see that. I've only known, like, I grew up watching Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown and all these players, Zach
Yeah.
Thomas, Jason Taylor. Like, that was my childhood, so, and it was great. I mean, I love the Dolphins. I've always have. But, to watch this team now, like, this is the most successful we've been since I've like really watched the sport. As a child, I watched it, but I didn't really understand it as much as I do now.
Well, and the thing is, people bang on Greer and even bang on our owner, but I mean, they're trying. It's not like there's some teams of years past. Oh yeah, you know what I mean. That, oh, I own a football team. Who cares? If they go 3-13. I mean, Ross wants one. He stated a number of times before he passes on. He wants one Super Bowl, and it's not like he
Yeah.
doesn't spend the money for it.
No, he's doing the right things. I mean, for what he thinks will get us there, right? I mean, he's
Yeah.
opening up that checkbook when Greer asks. I mean, he's giving out a lot of, money up front, a lot of bonuses. I mean, not every
Yeah.
owner gives bonuses like that.
Nope.
And there's a lot of helpful with the cap with the bonuses because it's split out differently than it is just guaranteed money for that year. No, I
But
do think a lot of people have a lot of hate on Stephen Ross. I don't get it. I think he's doing what he thinks is best to move this, franchise forward. Now we could have an owner like Jerry Jones that just puts his head in the sand and just wants to make money, and they keep failing. They don't, like he said this year, we're going to go all in. What have they done this offseason to go all in? So I think,
I
that's
think
something.
they've only made one move. Haven't
Yeah,
they only made
exactly.
one creation move?
Exactly, but they have pieces there. That's what I'm saying. Is like we have pieces, and we're still going out and getting
Uh,
players, right? Like we're still making
yep.
moves, And
Yep.
Stephen Ross, one thing about him is he lets Greer work. Obviously we don't see a lot in the behind closed doors how much control he really has, but compared to some owners, like he writes checks and lets the people he hires, do their job.
Yeah.
Not every owner does that.
Just,
A lot.
just, just like this Tua situation. I know I've talked to people. Oh, we should give him the bag. Well, I like Tua, but it's to a degree. I'll agree with like a Color or El Cap or Shake or anybody, and I'll say he had one great year. One great year does not mean you give him the bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen, I've always been a Tua supporter up here. I've always, tried to defend him, but I'm on the same page. Career should not be in a rush to pay this guy. I think
Nope.
he should stick his ground. He should, I don't know what he's offering, but I'm worried about the guaranteed money. I'm not worried about the tweet that says so average per year, right? Because I mean, you looked at Waddle's deal, right? They said 25 mil, 26 mil a year. Then you actually look at the deal, and that type of money don't hit for another 2-3 years.
Right, right.
So it's like those like tweets when you see those deals, that's not the actual deal. The deal is how much guaranteed money is he getting? How much is it hitting the cap this year, next year, and the following year? And
Yes.
yeah, I think Greer should stick his ground. Tua's played great every year. I think he has gotten better. Last year he did fantastic. They fell off in the end of the season, not just him, the whole team. There's reasons for that, but still, still on there. I think Greer sticks his ground, and he's not forced to pay him. And even let's say, like Color said, let's say he does go on a run and he does do what we want him to do, win playoff games, make a run for the Super Bowl. Maybe not get to the Super Bowl, make a run. Then you pay him that money. But there's no reason to we have all the leverage is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, absolutely. I agree 1000%. We do have the leverage, and I just get a kick out of some of these national media people. They say oh, well, they got to sign him. They got to sign him. Well, no, they don't. And
yeah, but
I guess if he sits out, I'm sorry. If he sits out like any of the preseason, isn't he fined so much money per day he misses?
Yes, yeah. I don't think Tua is the type of player to do that. I don't think that's in his character personally. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe the camp advises him to sit out, but I don't think that's in his character personally to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he would get fined. I mean, start of training camp. It doesn't even need to be preseason games. I think it's like 50 to 70K a day or something like that.
Oh, is it that much? Really?
It's expensive. I could be wrong here, so don't quote me. But I mean, it's not cheap. Now they can negotiate. Like let's say he sits out for a week and then he signs a deal. They can void those days, those fines. But I don't think Greer lets it go that far. I do think that they're going to get a deal done. But this is good. Listen, this is good. Everyone thinks this is bad news. This is good for a Dolphins fan because that shows us that we're not just signing checks and just throwing money out. We're getting good deals done. If you look at the OBJ deal, the Calais Campbell deal, that safety that we just signed, I forget the name of the safety we signed. Like you look at all these deals.
Marcus Kay or Slay or something like
Marcus
that.
Payne,
Yeah,
that's who it is from the Saints. Marcus Payne.
yeah.
He is signing great value deals. Now, I'm not saying he's lowballing Tua in that, but if you look at the trend, Greer is sticking to his guns and he's doing friendly deals, right? Now, this is a quarterback, and you treat your quarterback different than the rest of the roster, especially when you're talking about second and third stringers. Quarterbacks you treat a little bit better. Yeah, Jordan Poyer too. I just saw in the chat. Jordan Poyer, great deal as well. I think that they're going to stick to their guns. I think that they're just trying to figure out that guaranteed money because this is Greer's problem, right? This is his situation. Sure, you've done great on the field.
Hold on real quick, Bryson.
Yeah.
According to this, the first day he misses minicamp, season minicamp fined. The first day is 16 for the first day. 32 for the second day, and then 49 for the third day. It doesn't go on, but I'm imagining you see how it's escalating. So
yeah, it compounds.
It probably escalates a lot. Yeah, and it should, And we own, like the one guy I talked to said, Craig, we own him because we still got him on the 5th, and if we really wanted to, we could tag him the next 2 years, and then you know what I mean, kind of decide on that. I don't think we will. I think if we don't sign him, I think it'll be a wait and see. But then you better have a plan B in mind. And everybody's like, oh, draft a quarterback. Well, to me, drafting a quarterback's not the answer. Maybe you can find another quarterback. And I've said multiple times, and Shake, you've heard me, I know, a number of times. I like the backup to Burrow, that Browning guy. When Burrow went out, I'll tell you what, he played pretty dang on good. I thought.
Yeah, he did solid. He did solid.
So I mean, you know, and I'm really shocked he didn't get an offer, but you know,
He might
and
still be
as
on.
far
Let
as
me look.
he's still on them, but I'm just saying I'm surprised nobody tried to trade for him. But
Yeah.
you know, we'll see. And as far real quickly, and this Mike White, I don't know. I do not trust him if Tua goes down. I mean, am I wrong in thinking that, or
No.
Mm-mm. Just remember,
I
everybody,
just don't trust
everybody,
him?
everybody is tied to their own opinion, and everybody looks at at our team in a different way. So you know, if you have a certain opinion, you know, you stick by your opinion.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, look, I hope I'm wrong, but Mike White just, I don't know. He just looks like he's a backup. If Tua would go down a game, I'd say, okay, Tua missed a game. Let's go with Mike White. Okay, fine. But if Tua missed 5, 6 games, I'd be like, I'd be like, oy vey, we're in trouble.
Yeah, adios mío.
Well, see,
Are you
that's why
tired, Shake?
No, 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 no.
Oh, okay. So, and if I ramble on too much, I deeply apologize.
No, you're good. You're
Nah,
good.
you're good, man.
Mm-mm.
Like I said, it's the off
So,
season.
Yep, exactly.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we got
So,
time.
and I just want to say something. I'm disgusted with Team USA from last night.
What happened with Team USA
They lost to
Oh yeah, they
Panama
lost, right?
2-1.
in
And now they
baseball?
got to play Herb. Yeah, they
No,
lost.
football.
And their one guy, I saw the
Soccer.
highlights. He purposely went, Shake. I kid you not. Look at the video. He purposely got mad at a guy and like stepped on his leg. Well, that got him a red card like the 18th minute of the game.
Mm.
And we lost 2-1 to Panama. So now they got to play Uruguay. So unless they pull a miracle on them, they'll probably be pretty much out of Copa America then. So, but I just wanted to change this a second. But yeah, so getting back to the Dolphins, I agree with you. Yeah, Greer's not the kind of guy because people banged on Greer saying, well, he didn't sign Christian Wilkins and he didn't sign.
Yeah,
Well, let me tell you something. Christian Wilkins was not worth 28 million. He didn't play like a $28 million player.
Yeah.
I didn't think so. And then what is it? Hunt getting 20 million? Who paid? I mean, maybe and I'm wrong on this. Who pays a guard $20 million a year?
Mm.
You know, that's just my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those people were like, oh, Christian Wilkins is gone, Robert Hunt's gone, Andrew Van Ginkel's gone. Well, Andrew Van Ginkel wanted to go back to the Midwest. Even his own father stated that. That's why he left Miami.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I respect that 1,000%. But hey, you're going to lose people. You're not going to be able to re-sign everybody you want to re-sign. It's
No, and
just the
if
way it
you look
is.
at that, I love Christian Wilkins, and I did want them to get a deal done. But as soon as you look at his contract and you see how much he's getting, I mean, there's no way we could have paid that, one. And two, I just don't think he's worth that type of money. Personally, that's just me. I don't think he's worth that type of money. But I'm still a fan of Christian Wilkins, and I'm actually really excited to watch him with the Raiders next to Max Crosby. I think that's a great duo that they're going to have, and I hope the best success for him. But with a team like ours, where we can't be paying that big money to a player like Christian Wilkins, I mean,
Absolutely.
it's defensive tackle is not it's not a luxury position.
No.
It's just not. And you can't
No.
be, I mean, he's getting $30 to $33 million a year. He's not this year coming up. It's only 10 mil. but 33 and then 30 mil cap hit. That's a lot of money, especially with the
For a
quarterback
defensive
contract.
tackle.
Yes,
Yep.
that's had
Yeah.
2 solid seasons. He had 2 solid seasons. And he hasn't really put up a lot of sack numbers till this last season,
And they were all against crap teams.
But people forget too. I mean, Zach Sealer, for the money, is the better value for the money. I don't necessarily think he's the better player, but for the money, he's way better per dollar, and I think they're going to do a lot of things, with Anthony Weaver, with the scheme. He's great at scheming pressure. So I'm excited, man. I think it's going to take a few weeks. I think, it's kind of going to be like last year where the first couple weeks people are like freaking out about the defense, but it's going to take time. Yep. It's going to be the same thing this season. It's going to take time for them to jive and the new scheme with the new coach, the new lingo and everything, Yep. So.
Yep. Yes, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, I like who they got as defensive coordinator. Weaver, man. I like that.
Hey, by the way, you remember the movie The Last Dragon with Bruce Leroy? He turned 60 today. He turned 60 today.
Oh,
Bruce
wow.
Leroy turned 60 today.
Wow.
Okay.
What's going on, Spider-Man? Spidey? Irving, what's going on?
Oh, that's Irving.
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't
seen
Spider-Man.
How you doing, Irving?
What's up, Irvin?
Where's he at?
He left.
He left us.
Oh.
Real quickly,
listen,
when I was
listen, as he got on the panel, a lady got her purse snatched.
Oh no!
So he had to swing into action.
No.
Oh, does that, man. I mean, just come up with some fun with just like that.
Yeah, he's stopping crime now. He had to swing into action.
There you go.
Nah, but the NFL is a business, so the thing I'm learning, because I can say a couple of years ago I used to get too attached to some of the players that we pick up, and it's the NFL. Like I said, the NFL is a business. If they don't pan out, or they want too much as far as their contract goes, then sometimes teams just move off these players. So
exactly.
At the end of the day, it's a business. You can't get too attached to some of these players, and what have you, because like I said, it's a business, and we can't. And we are fans, so we're not actually making decisions. The people in the front office are making that decision, whether we like it or not.
Absolutely, I agree 1,000%. Hey, speaking of the NFL, did you guys see that the NFL? What was that deal? Was something like about with Sunday Ticket, and they owe bars money? I don't know. I did anybody see that story?
All right, so okay, I'm on Fanatic Fury fam. Larry Carey is a lawyer by day, and Irving is Spider-Man by night. At any rate, so what happened was ESPN wanted to acquire the Sunday Ticket, and one of the things they wanted to do when they acquired the Sunday Ticket was to give out team packages where the NFL Sunday Ticket is like $300 for the year versus and if you would have did a la carte, a team, just follow your team, it would have been like $79, and the NFL was like, no, that's too cheap. So they're like, you're bastardizing the brand. So they wanted to give it to somebody that was going to make it expensive, and YouTube got it. So now and now they're found liable. So they're going to, I think they're liable for like $7 billion or something like that, which they appealed.
This lawsuit actually started back in like 2009, 2010, and it's been getting pushed back year after year
Mhm.
after year, and it finally got taken to court.
But yeah, like I
Hopefully-
said, one of the things that they wanted to do was ESPN wanted to, like, so if you just wanted to do the Dolphins, you just pay $79 and just watch the Dolphins. You know what I'm saying?
Apple was trying to do that where you could pick whatever team you wanted too, and it would be it'd be like $20 a month or something cheap. But they said no, they want it to be a quote unquote luxury item, which sucks. I'm an out of state fan, so I always buy Sunday ticket. It'd be nicer if it was a little bit more affordable.
So did you catch him, Irving? Did you catch the purse
What's
snatcher?
up, man? What's going on?
What's up, Irving?
Did you
Hope you're
catch him
having a great Friday day.
Did you get the
Did you get the green goblin?
Did I get a? I'm sorry. What was that, Shake? What?
I said when you got out last time, a woman got her purse snatched and you went to catch the criminal. Did you catch him?
Yep. Yeah, I caught her. Yep. He's all webbed up, waiting for the police to pick him up.
That's what's up.
Well, y'all.
Did you get the green goblin?
Yep, knocked him out too.
Hey, that's what's up.
Yep, there you go.
So what's going on, man?
Chilling, man. Just here, man. Just same old. Just in the middle of this boring part of the off season, looking for things to watch, whether it's film breakdowns or articles, whatever. Just waiting for news to break, man. Just can't wait to get past this contract thing so we can move on to football instead of wondering whether Tua is going to get signed or not. I think they're going to get. I think they're going to sign him. I think what Adam Schefter says, I think the Dolphins are just looking for a fair market value. And I think that's fair too on their side, on their part, because, a guy with an injury history as extensive as Tua's, I know there's some people that are going to say, well, Joe Burrow missed more games last year, et cetera, et cetera. Joe Burrow is not a quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. Tua is. And, Tua has missed, before this season, he missed like 10 games. So,
hey, let me ask you, Irving, were you there when Cap for Life made the bet for Kendall? To Kendall? Oh shit, son of a bitch.
Uh-oh.
Damn. More crimes happening.
Oh, that's right. We lost what's his name too.
Hey, Cap for Life.
Yeah, we lost Craig.
He's.
Oh, sorry about that. My bad.
Irving, were you there? Were you there when Cap for Life made the bet with K Mac?
When who did?
With Cap for Life made a bet with K Mac.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah, that was funny.
Well, what's the bet? What's the bet again?
Okay, basically K-Mac said that if Tua's contract got done before training camp or before the season, I think Cap cannot show up on social media, whether it's YouTube or Twitter. Maybe it might be Twitter,
No,
whatever.
Just Twitter.
Yeah, for the first 8 weeks of the season. Yeah, I think it was just Twitter.
Yeah,
for the first 8 weeks of the season. It has to be for the first 8 games. And if Cap for Life wins, then K-Mac has to do the same thing. He can't show up on Twitter for the next 8 weeks.
Cap is on the side of the deal gets done before training camp, or he's on the other side?
No, it doesn't get done.
Okay,
and
so
it
if it doesn't
get done before training camp, yeah,
he loses.
Right.
Okay,
pretty
gotcha.
much.
I like
same
that
thing.
bet. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. It's a good deal. It was funny when they were putting it together. It was hilarious. But yeah, that's the deal. But yeah, man, like I was saying, I just think it's just the Dolphins looking for the happy medium. We don't want to pay you Trevor Lawrence because I think that the Jaguars made a bad decision in signing Trevor Lawrence to that much money. Like, we don't want to be the Jaguars. We want to, make a fair contract, which is okay. I mean, like I said, it's a smart decision. Also, I think what's holding this injury back, like I said in the chat, what's holding this deal back is the injury history. Like I said, Tua in his first four seasons, he missed 10 games. To a variety of different injuries, and I think is that the injury history and how much guaranteed money should be reserved for Tua if he does go out with an injury, because there is guaranteed money in these contracts. There's the portion of guaranteed money that is guaranteed to these players when they get injured. So I think that's what's holding up the whole contract. But as far as that, like what Adam Schefter reported, I think the Dolphins and Tua want to get a deal done. Like that's they believe they have long commitments towards each other. So
I
they
agree.
have
I
that
agree.
goal. You know what I mean? So what's up, Mountie? What's up, Sharif? What's going on, man?
What's going on, Monty and Sharif?
Hey, what's going on?
Mr. Park, what's going on, bro? I didn't
What's
even
up?
see you
What's
there.
up?
What's going on, Shake?
Fins up, fins up, man. Yeah,
It's all
man.
good.
I'm still celebrating, man. Listen, I'm going around again, okay? I'm gonna do another lap
Have a good
because
night, Craig.
even though I love my Dolphins, man, the Florida Panthers, man, I tell you what. I've been there from Oli Jokinen, Pavel Bure. I've been there from the Beezer. I've been there from Bo Meester. I know. And I just hope the Dolphins can get a freckle off of what the Florida Panthers are doing right now, man.
I know.
I'm going on
I
the
know.
next lap.
Hey, Sharif, I was gonna say, do you remember the Panthers when they were playing in the old Miami Arena back in the early '90s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's when the more rats were out.
When they threw the rats on
hey
them.
man,
Yeah.
listen, I remember when Panthers first signed that European white guy with the name I can't pronounce. So yeah, I've been there for a long time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I'm glad they took
And the other white
the
guy with
trophy.
that's missing teeth. Remember that other white guy that was missing some teeth?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He was a white guy. He was missing teeth. He also had a European last name. And there was a guy with a
Yeah.
Russian accent that was on the team as well.
That was
Yes.
a long time ago, bro.
See,
I
I'm a
remember.
I can tell you right there, I'm a diehard. That tells you right there, I'm a diehard fan, man.
Oh shit.
Continue.
Yeah, man, I'm excited, man. First of all, I'm gonna be on later on I'm gonna be on Curtis Ace per head later on tonight. You guys, I'd love if you guys could come on and jump on the panel. I think it's high time we talk about, you know, position battles. Now, out of the prism of what Chris Greer thinks, because if Chris Greer thinks we don't need any additional help at right guard or any additional help backing up, if he doesn't think we need a defensive tackle, a nose tackle, I think he's very high on what he has, right? So if we go on position battles just off that, some of us are kind of hoping for Eichenberg to fail in that aspect. But I mean, that's just one of the things, we can look forward to before training camp starts.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here for long. I just wanted to ask Urban and Sharif, were y'all there when the Tampa Bay Lightning used to beat the ever-living dog shit out of Florida every time we got them? And then
Yep.
when we used to beat the ever-living dog shit out of y'all in the playoffs on our championship runs. Y'all remember that? Were y'all there for that?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
All right.
It
That's
would
all
have
I
hurt.
needed. That's all I needed to know.
And
That's it.
what was that? What was the team that we beat in the second round? The Panthers beat in the second round. I can't remember.
Well,
I forgot.
again, hey, after you're done with doing your dynasty, you got to retool a little bit. But don't
Yeah.
worry, it's still a goddamn Tampa Bay Lightning, Florida hockey team. All right,
Yeah.
this
All
Florida
right.
Panther shit is
Hey,
cute.
hey,
All right?
Lewis. It seems to be that the Panthers are having more fun with their first championship than the fucking Tampa Bay Lightning. They've been going to the beach. They
I'm
hit the
going on my
nightclub.
third lap, bro.
They've been
Urban.
taking that
That's
shit
I
to Fort
told you this,
Lauderdale, bro.
What'd you say, Sharif? You've been giving your third lap dance.
Urban, I told you the other day, Urban.
Listen,
Right?
we
The
might do
reason
that
you
with
don't
the cup.
remember.
We may do that with the cup.
Hey, you listen. I told Urban the reason you don't remember about the beach, right? And you're thinking, bro, we did that in 2004. You see what I'm saying? We didn't do that with our championships here in the 2020s. We didn't do that. We had already did it in 04. All right, 3 times Stanley Cup champion. So again, one time is cute. All right, Hey, Sharif, you're a big hockey fan. Irvin, supposedly now they finally playing Sunrise. When was the last Stanley Cup back to back winner? Can any of you tell me?
My mind is too fuzzy, man. I can't. Nah, I don't know. I don't know. My memory doesn't go back that far.
I know one thing,
Listen,
OG.
I know there
I
was a,
know
a, a
I
white
know
goalie on the team.
Well, they reside in the great state of Florida.
I know
So
I know
was
Reason
it the
been
Panthers?
sneaking off his shots. Listen, AOG, I know Reason been sneaking off his shots at the Panthers talking about it's over in Edmonton, have our number and this and that and the next, right? Notice he was quiet during the panel and on his rants when he opens up, right? He had to take it and shove it back in his face. Trying to put the damn demon omen on us in game 6 and 7. It didn't work out, Reason. We're the best. We're the freaking cats. You hear me? Inside the NFL, you have to
I don't
take it
know.
and push it back in your mouth.
Again, whoa.
Hey,
Yeah,
yo,
pause.
Hey, yo, hey. But yeah, I don't know nothing about that. But again, hail to the Tampa Bay Lightning, the only hockey team in the great state of Florida.
Would you say
And
go to hell?
Lewis,
I said
Lewis. You
no.
know, there's only
All
one
rise.
goddamn team that matters in Florida right now is the new fucking sheriff on the block. It's called the
Well, I
goddamn
doubt that.
Florida Panthers, baby. It's
Well, I
them
doubt
Gatos,
that. But
baby.
I mean, again, I doubt that. It's a cute story though. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But it's cute. The rain is over next
What
year.
do you say, Luis? Que te parte un rayo? That's
Oh,
what it is?
Hey, man. Listen, I'm gonna
hey,
let
I
y'all
forgot
have it.
what team did we go through to win to get that title? Wasn't it the Tampa Bay Lightning in the first round?
We had
Was it
injuries. Y'all caught
gentleman
us on a
sweep?
good year.
All right.
We're gonna see next year though. Like I said, we're gonna see next year.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Can't wait to repeat as back-to-back champs. So
That's Cap.
Listen, we getting younger.
Yeah, we
Kachuk
made
ain't going
back-to-back
nowhere.
appearances. So we made back-to-back appearances. Well,
Listen, we got the
I
best.
mean, yeah,
Even though
that's cool. We
I'm
went to
gonna
the
say,
Stanley Cup final 3 times in 4 years. So
you,
I mean,
OG, you
it's
up here
cute.
touting up Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm gonna ask you to name the first line if you keep talking. What's your first line?
Braden Point,
Mm-hmm.
Hedman, Stamkos, and
some white guy.
yeah, another white guy. Who cares? I know we won 3 championships. That's what I fucking know.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
again,
listen, a fan is
I'm
a
not good
fan,
with
man.
names. I'm not good with names. I'm good with math.
A
Is
fan
3
is a
more than 1?
yeah.
Is 3 more than 1? I know in America
Listen,
3
we're here
more
in the
is more than 1.
Bahamas.
What about the Bahamas? Is 3 more than 1 down there?
Listen, hey Lou, we jump on the bandwagon of the Lakers and the Dallas Cowboys. They come out of the woodworks when the NLA and
Yeah. I
Dallas
get
is
it.
doing
It's
good. So I
cute,
know
man.
what
I
you
get it.
mean.
Hey man, again, y'all have a good night. I had to.
But
I
back to the
always gotta.
Dolphins, though.
I
I
gotta
think
come and
Hold on,
remind
real quick.
y'all
All right.
one team in hockey.
Hey, Irving, let me ask you a question because you're a basketball dude, right? You like basketball?
yes, sir.
What you think of the Heat's draft pick? They finally got a big man.
Wandale, I forgot. I keep forgetting his name. I'm not very good with names. The
Me
center
neither.
from Indiana.
Yeah.
I like him, bro. He's got a long wingspan. Like he's very tall, not super big for his height. He's 220 pounds, but he's an athletic center. Like he's got versatility. He can like defend multiple positions. He's a good
Mm-hmm.
blocker. He's very disruptive, and then on offense, he can shoot threes. Like he's got a very good low post game. He's got good footwork. Reminds me of Bam when it comes to like footwork in the post.
Mm-hmm.
And he's good in the high post, in the mid post. Like he can like post up in the mid and then just shoot a jump shot. He's a good mid range shooter too. Like I like him, bro. And he's good at like catching and shooting
Mm-hmm.
when they're in transition, all that stuff. I like him. I actually like him a lot. And
Finally,
he can pass a lot
we could
too,
play some
bro.
big ball. We could play some big
Yeah,
ball now.
for sure. And then we have him as a true center, and we can now put Bam Adebayo at the 4 now, which I think is his best position. The only thing is they like him at center is because of his versatility. Like he's very versatile. Like they can put him to defend multiple positions from the 5 position, and he's a
Well,
he spaces the floor very well. That's why they put him
yeah,
at 5, but I prefer him at the 4. He's a power forward.
when they drafted, remember when they drafted him out of Kentucky, he was a 4.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like him. The guard that they drafted it from Arizona State. I'm sorry,
I know
not
Dade
Arizona.
wasn't too happy about that.
Arizona. I like him. I mean, again, he's a second round pick. You know what I mean? Like chances of second round picks making your roster is very minimal. Like
Mhm.
I wouldn't say
Yeah.
slim to none, but they're usually like role players or like guys like in the 12 to 15 range, or you send them to the G League and shit. But I do like him. I mean, he's got some athleticism to him. Like he when he dunks, he can he's got good hang time and shit. Good shooter. Yeah, he's a developmental guy.
I like the
I'm
pick.
not
I like
disappointed.
the pick, Spidey.
Yeah, I do.
I
Me
really
too.
do. But the thing is, right? I think what people know for a fact is Boston's supposed to win a championship from 4 years ago. And what the Knicks have done, I think right now the Knicks, if they lose the championship, they would have choked it like Reggie Miller said. So I think this is the championship for Knicks to lose. And so me being a Florida Panthers fan and a Knicks fan, I could be going around doing 4 more laps, guys, because we gotta win. Listen, y'all got time to develop y'all center. Because the Knicks gonna win the championship this year. Am I telling a lie?
Yeah, you're telling a
Yeah,
big lie, but that's neither here nor there.
that trade for
You and
Mikal
Alex.
Bridges, they traded way too many picks for that guy, bro. I know he's good. Like he averages like 19 and a half points a game, but the dude they traded
We
like
we,
what, 2
we
first
traded a
round picks, a second
27,
round, and
a
some other.
26th, and a 25th. So we still have 3 unprotected from other
Listen,
teams. We're good.
I don't know if you know this, but the Knicks is Slavic for the Jets. So
But I think it's ours to lose. I think if we lose, we blew it.
y'all gonna blow it in the playoffs. Don't worry. King Mill, what's going on, my brother? How you doing? That's my man, King Mill. What's going on, brother?
Hey, King Milk, I actually want to put a wager out there because
Mhm.
I'm so heavily convicted that the only way the Dolphins will further themselves in the playoffs is by basically the defense adjusting to our motion stuff and our quick out stuff, and then Tua saying, "Okay,
I thought you were talking about
I
basketball for a second.
oh,
Yeah,
I want
if Tua
I
Tua
want
needs
you
to
I
guys
play
thought you
the
were talking about
Tua needs
basketball.
to listen. Tua needs to play the one. That's how we're gonna win.
Yeah, I know, right? The point guard.
listen.
So did,
Go
so
I
did
ahead,
think
y'all
Jerry. My
I
see
bad.
this?
think
Did y'all see this report about a UFO sighting at the Red Rock Amphitheater in
I
Colorado?
did see that actually. I didn't see the video or
Yeah,
anything.
like
And who's that?
we're
Who's that
talking
player that
about
we drafted in this? Who's that? Hold on, real quick. Who's that player that we drafted in the second round?
Mo Camaro.
The tackle.
Patrick Paul.
Patrick Paul. Yeah, he could play the 5. Yeah. Well, go ahead. I'm
Yeah, I know,
sorry.
right? Yeah, he's
So
tall as
I'm
hell.
just thinking, like, it's a music amphitheater made out of natural rock
Crack
in
rock.
a state with
Crack rock.
legalized cannabis.
Oh
Definitely
shit.
UFOs.
Yep.
I mean, like, what are we doing here?
Listen, I'm not even afraid of him anymore, man.
Has to
Like,
be UFOs, man.
Thank you, King Mill.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother.
listen, the thing is, right?
Hey, hold
Color,
on,
can
real
you
quick. Hey,
really
King Mill.
explain how we got?
Hey, King Mill. So you know, man. Hey, I know you're from Jersey, King Mill. I will be. I'm hoping. Knock on wood. I am hoping to be at the MetLife takeover in January. Hope to see you there, man. Hope to see you. But go ahead, continue.
The last live group I saw at that amphitheater was called the California Honey Drops.
California.
Definitely UFOs.
Damn.
California.
We're going to coast now. Color, do you think that can we deny, right, that the UFOs didn't help us like with automobiles and machinery technology?
Oh, I can deny that. How can an unidentified flying object help you with automobiles? I don't see the correlation there.
Well, because we all agree 13 families, including Rothschilds, are run.
Well, were they
can print money.
cars? Were they cars flying up there?
Well, we have to answer the first question.
Yeah,
Can
we have to identify them, right? How can we even hypothesize that something we can't even identify?
Because we can't go to Antarctica. Because Antarctica is Area 56.
But then it would be identified, Sharif. It would no longer be an unidentified flying object.
Join Patreon for Space Coast to Coast with Color and Sharif. You guys can't get a preview. You got to pay for that shit. Let's get back to football.
Now, a football, that is what's known as a identifiable flying object.
Yeah, big ass coffee bean is what it
Unless
looks
you're
like.
a really bad wide receiver.
Yeah.
Hey, where's the guy who's a big fan of Devontae Parker, Crypto? I haven't seen him today.
I heard he was
that would be an unidentified flying football player.
I heard Crypto was attending the Devontae Parker's the retirement ceremony.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna be in.
He's holding a candlelight.
He's gonna put him in the Ring of Honor, so you guys know. He's gonna put him in the Ring of Honor.
He's gonna give him a black eye.
He's gonna put him in the Ring of Honor. Crypto.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 11 Devontae Parker on the Hard Rock Ring of Honor.
Mm-hmm. I seen him play in New England, and I seen him play in Miami. My favorite, our very own 1,000-yard receiver, Devontae Parker.
Yeah.
I think his highlight was when he was chopping it up with the Saints receiver, and he actually dominated that season. So the Saints receiver had to shut up.
Yeah, you talking about Michael Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his highlight. Like, he couldn't do shit with Devontae, and Devontae just would give that sneaky grin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, he went against Stephon Gilmore. That's who he shut down.
Mm.
Hey,
do you think that
he was defensive player of the year?
Yeah. Do you think with Jalen Phillips, right, after he tore his Achilles, do you think he would be a type of player now? And I know he's still young. Do you think he will be a type of player that now with the understanding the type of injury that he suffered, and I think he'll be fine. I don't think it's going to impact his injury, but you think that he'd be more focused on maybe working on his technique a little bit more, refining his working with a lower pad level and working adding more moves moves and counter moves to his arsenal? You think maybe I won't rely so much on my athleticism and maybe rely more on my technique, you know what I mean? Trying to find ways to beat the pass rusher, you know what I mean? Kind of like what veterans do as they get later into the career. You think that would happen to Jalen Phillips now that he's had time to think about his game and stuff? Do you guys think that's possible?
For who now? Say again.
I think from the Dolphins standpoint, they're in a good. If you look from a prism of this, the Dolphins don't give a F who you are. They're gonna have a stance on who they think you are. And if you look at it from that prism, they love how Phillips needs to prove it again. That means the prove it deal is coming. and that means it's good for
Yeah,
us.
but
We're
what
able to
I'm
lose
saying
more.
is like knowing that he's going to be hampered a little bit by the injury, right? For now, do you think that
He
that will
can't
give
do
him
nothing
time to
about that.
focus
The
on his
contract is up.
technique and stuff?
Right. Like he can't do nothing about the past. The contract is coming to prove it. Like if he has a ball out
Yeah,
year this year, he's still good. He's still the contract is still coming to prove it. Right.
right.
Because
Yeah,
this is what
I think
injury
to answer
does.
your
This is what
question,
an injury does to your career.
to answer your question, Irv, I think that at his age, I think he will come back and be healthy. I think it'll take time
Right.
right off the get for him to feel comfortable because I think he's going to be a little gun
Yeah.
shy. And I could be wrong here. This is just my opinion. You know, coming
Mm,
from an injury like that, he might be a little gun shy. But
yeah.
it'll take a couple games to get comfortable with his
It's not as
body
if they're
again.
gonna put him right in a game, bro. He's gonna all that gun shyness is gonna be worked out before he's ever authorized to take the field.
That's
Right.
fine. That's fine. But
Mhm.
even if they do that in practice, game time is a little different. I
No,
still
it's
think
not.
that
Not for what you're talking about. It's not.
I personally think it is, and we can
He
disagree.
might have
That's
rust.
fine.
He might have rust because he hasn't played in a while.
And
But
that yeah, I just don't think he's gonna
I
have.
mean,
I I I,
he's
I
either
could be
ready
wrong.
to
Like
go
I
or
said, when
he's
I
not.
first started talking, I
Part of
could be
being
wrong.
ready
I
to
just
go
think
is making sure that ankle is strong and that he trusts it. So there's going to be
Mhm.
no
sure.
trust issues with his ankle,
Okay.
with
I
Right.
his
just
Achilles.
disagree. I just personally disagree, and that's okay.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that it's gonna take time to get into the form he
Yeah.
was before he got injured. Because
Uh,
Yeah.
before he got
I
injured
personally,
was the best Jalen Phillips we ever saw, in my opinion. He was the
Yeah.
I
best before
personally,
he got injured.
Well, again, before he ever took the field the first time in the NFL, he proceeded to put up 8 sacks. So I
All right.
don't, you know what I mean? He had enough time to get ready to go for that. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
just
guys,
think
think with the
what
major injury,
I've been watching. Listen, I've been watching sports so long. I look at this situation as a Caleb Martin situation where you had Jimmy, but Jimmy missed 30 games, and then you had this guy come along. You remember you had the other shooter Strauss and the other guard come. I look at it like this. Okay, Chubb needs to recover. Jalen Phillips needs to recover. Guess who can shine? The Caleb Martins of the world, the Strausses of the world. Mo Kamara, the guy we just got, Chop.
Shot
So
Robinson.
my thing is this. I look at this as a situation where you let these guys come in smoothly while these young guys eat the NFL. And like Caleb Martin and Strauss, they weren't gonna get no playing time if everybody was healthy. Are you kidding me? They were gonna be in the NBA Pro League. That's my point.
I
I'm
think
just
Coach.
saying I don't know if it's going to be week 1 or week 10. The moment Jalen Phillips takes the field, he's going to be sure of himself. That's all I'm saying.
And I think Coach McDaniel's going to make sure he's sure of himself as
That's
well.
partly
Without,
why. That's partly where I'm grabbing that from, Mr.
yeah,
Pope.
I think I guess I guess
That's
I
where.
was and I misspoke, I guess. I think more like the rust is what I'm talking about, is
Yeah,
that
of course,
it'll
of
take
course,
a couple games to get him back
of
in his
course.
groove.
That's why I didn't really disagree with what you said when it comes to,
Yeah.
practice is obviously different than game and the game flow and all that. But as far as whether he's confident in his tendon,
Yeah, no, I see what
nah,
you're
that
saying
none of that,
now.
all
I
that's
see what
going to be
you're saying.
done by the time he takes the
Sure.
field, man.
Sure, I do think though that that rust factor at that position, you know, being able to be confident in, you know, his ability, because I mean, there was no one
Well,
that could, in my
the other
opinion,
way
no
I
one
was
was
actually going to
stopping
answer
him.
your question is that he's working on that stuff regardless of injury. I mean, he's that kind of talent.
Yeah. I
He's
mean, we
already
drafted him
doing that,
first
I
round
guess,
for
is
a
what the
reason.
answer I was trying to give you earlier. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's already happening apart from the injury. That's what
But I
makes him
mean,
good, in my opinion.
yeah, I think if he doesn't get injured last year, I really think he gets 12 plus sacks,
Well, he
to be
was on
honest.
pace for 13, so shouldn't have been
Exactly.
any
There.
reason why he didn't.
Exactly. So, and I think that, you know, we can still get that from him. I
And
think
by the
he's a
way, that would have been his third year when Jason Taylor didn't put up his 14 sack season until his 4th year.
Exactly.
So he's actually the injury, as much as it sucks, it has only reset him back to Jason Taylor's pace, career-wise.
Yeah.
So I'm looking
that's
for
fair.
him to still be that guy, bro. You know?
Yeah. I love.
Yeah,
Hey,
very cool.
listen. When we first drafted him, I was super excited about him. There was a lot of pushback. I don't know why. When he first got drafted, I've always been excited about Jalen Phillips. I think he's a solid player.
No, part of the reason why I was pushed back is because um, before he came to the University of Miami, he was at what's that school out there in California? I don't know if it was Southern
UCLA.
UCLA, and he had a little bit of a setback with I think an injury and a mental setback, but
Yeah, he had a
when he
lot of
came,
concussions, but I just at this level, they're doing a lot of, background check on these players, especially in the first round. The research they do on these players. Now they don't always get it right, but there's so much they got teams just investigating all this type of stuff, all this, and I just felt confident in the pick personally. I don't really know what I know there was a different player people wanted at that time. I forget which player. And that's what people were upset about. But I was excited about it. I thought it was a great addition, and it has been a great addition. I just, it's been unfortunate. Obviously, he's gotten injured.
same here, and then I like his mindset because he's determined not to let this instead of letting this injury kind of have an effect on him. It's like he's determined to get back on the field, for the heal up and get back on the field and be
Yeah,
better than he was the past years. So
yeah,
that's what I'm really excited about his mindset.
yeah. Me too, man.
And we haven't seen his ceiling yet. He hasn't hit the ceiling yet. What I'm saying, he it's still a lot. To me, it's still some more upside with him.
Oh, for
And
sure.
exactly.
I really don't. I mean, it's sad to say this, but the type of scheme that we're going back to, guys, it won't ever give the Jason Taylors of the world and the Trace Armstrongs and the Wadley. It won't give because remember now with Flores, my job is to just put my hands on the left tackle while color run free and get 9.5 sacks. That's Ogba. Like Ogba playing in a different scheme the next year ain't doing nothing near that. This scheme with Weaver, it's not going to be based on if Phillips supposed to get 10. It's going to be based on whatever the O line does not do in an audible, and someone is going to run free. It's just like Flores. It's an exciting defense on third down. You can't tell who will get the sack. Most of the sacks, 4 came from safeties. Another 3 came from safeties. Byron Jones and Brandon Jones isn't here anymore, and Eric Rowe isn't here anymore. Did we ever know who was coming? No. My point is, we shouldn't put that pressure on Chubb and Phillips because this defense isn't based on that. It's based on Flores' defense. You don't know who the hell is coming.
Phillips had 8 sacks his rookie year in Flores' defense.
And I think he can still approach 10 or get over 10. But the thing is, if the audibles are made correctly with 7 at the line, the amoeba standing 7, I think they're still going to check. Like the O line is going to check his ass, but they're going to let someone else run. You know what I mean, Color? So it's like that's how it's going to be with Phillips.
I mean, as long as we're getting pressure on the quarterback, I'm happy. I'm not necessarily like, oh, I need to get this guy certain sacks or this guy
That's
needs
when
to
you
get
get
certain
fumbled,
numbers. As
right?
long
And
as
that's how you get fumbled strip.
as long as schematically we're getting pressure on, the quarterback and our corners are staying true, I'm happy. It's not all about sacks in my opinion. Sure, sacks are great because it gets
Yeah,
them
it
money.
is because every defense does all that stuff you're talking about.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's like it's not all. I'm not saying it's like it. I got to make sure this player has these
No,
stat
nobody
numbers.
does that. Nobody brought in Aaron Donald to get the sacks he got. He just got them because he's that good.
Yeah, you're true.
Well,
You're
that's
right.
what
Yeah.
we were talking about, how good these players are. I wasn't really. I mean, the scheme is
Yeah,
the
I think
scheme. I mean,
Sharif
is
was
the
just talking about how what he was saying is that, it's all about sending all these guys and it's not all about numbers. But I mean, I agree with you, Color. I mean, you saw he had 8.5 sacks his rookie season. That's a lot for a rookie.
in the defense that Sharif is describing.
Exactly. 8.5 sacks is a lot, especially for a rookie.
And he was hurt the first 3 games in his rookie season.
All I mean is when people talk about how great 8 sacks is in one season or not, they're not excusing him for being in a system that only allows him to get 8 sacks. People still expect a pass rusher to get their 13 or 14 to be considered the elite.
Yeah, I think it just takes time to get to that, those type of
And
numbers.
that's what I was
You
saying.
gotta
It
be
took 4 years for Jason Taylor.
exactly.
It took 3 for Jalen Phillips to be on pace for that before he got injured.
I mean, Max
Yeah,
Crosby, he didn't
he was
start
on
getting. I mean, he
team.
got 10 sacks his first year, but he didn't consistently get double,
Right.
double number sacks the last 2 years. And
Calais
he's an
didn't
outstanding edge player. One of
Calais
the best.
didn't have his Calais didn't have
I'm
his first
comfortable.
double-digit year till his first year with Jacksonville.
But I'm truly comfortable. I don't know if it's just me, but I am comfortable with my D-line depth because I am intrigued. Why am I intrigued? Because once again, when 7 amoeba is standing at the line on 3rd down and 10, the offense now has to make key calls. There's only 5 of us. We're going to take out this guy, this guy, this guy. All of a sudden, this guy drops. You don't know who the hell is coming after snap. And someone is stripping the ball, and we're going the Dolphins is going the other. My point is, I think with that kind of defense, like it could. I tell you, our safety is going to get sacks because the thing is, Eric Rowe and Brandon Jones would bust you up, and we won't necessarily go for that. We would strip that shit from you, which would be remember 29 games in a row with turnovers. We had a turnover game chain shit going with the Dolphins, but it is what it is. I think like the defensive ends were never prime with Florida. They were never the highlight. It was always, damn, someone's gonna get to him. You know what I mean? It was never the defensive ends of the Dolphins with Flores. It was never that kind of thing.
Until Jalen Phillips shut down Lamar Jackson against Baltimore.
Well, the thing with Brian Flores is the defensive, especially from the Belichick. If you look at the Belichick defense that he came from, the guys who got the most sacks were the linebackers, not the linemen.
You know what that tells me? I think may be busting your ass up in there. I think, Poyer's gonna love. Woo! Poyer's gonna come in there, bust your ass up. If you don't get rid of that football, Poyer probably is gonna hurt your ass. Because it's guys like him where he can be the Eric Rowe for us. He's gonna guard the all of these great tight
Or
ends.
he could be the Jordan Poyer for us.
I mean, well, I can tell you right now, Eric Rowe is very unique, guys. We got to put some respect on him. Eric Rowe is very unique.
What a novel idea! Jordan Porter to be the Jordan Porter. Oh damn! I never thought of that idea.
Right.
I hope he can.
It's like saying, it's like saying Deion Sanders can be the Jalen Ramsey. No, he can just be the Deion Sanders.
Can Poyer hold tight ends? Because we got the Darren Wallers of the world. We got the kid in San Francisco. We got Kelsey. Like if he can't do that, why are we bringing his slow 33-year-old ass to us?
It's like Debo can just be the Tyreek Hill. It's like, no, Debo can just be Debo.
Yeah.
I hope he can be that Eric Rowe person for us, man, because we need to stop tight ends. We need that.
Judging how Buffalo's defense has been the past couple of years, I just want him to be the Jordan Poyer.
Mm-hmm. Is Tua going to be the Josh Allen?
Right. Well, it's kind of like when David Long got in here. Sure, he's used up from Tennessee, but their defense has been pretty good his whole run there. So, look, I don't need to see much. Pretty sure he's a
Let's
decent
be honest,
linebacker.
though,
You know
fans.
what I mean?
Let's be honest, fans in the comments and up here in the panel. Like, we've never seen anyone hold tight ends better than, like, I know Louis Oliver, I know Rashard Jones, I know like like Jeremiah Bell. They're not close to what Eric Rowe did with tight ends that 1 year. I mean, if
Well,
Poyer
Lewis
can
Oliver
even be
didn't really
close
lock
to,
anybody down. He just knocked the ball away from, like, he separated people
man,
from
he
the
was.
ball.
Woo-wee.
That was his game. That's when you were allowed to do that. Man, we almost got a face reveal from Sharif. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
We might have to go back and pause that shake.
I'm gonna put on my Panthers jersey.
What's up, Hooked Up Joe?
Not much, just coming in, hanging out on a Friday, seeing how y'all are doing.
Yeah, man.
Hooked up. I know you probably don't think, you probably ain't 100% agreement with me on the whole contract thing. I know there's probably some you do and some you don't. But is it your opinion that I should change my particular take anytime soon that I've had for the last 3 months? Like anything I should tweak?
What your take that that you basically just wanted to play on the fifth and see what happens, right? That's it's your basic run on it, or
And also that, the Dolphins are showing us by the time frame and how things have proceeded, that they don't necessarily feel the same way that 65% of the fan base does.
yeah, if we're talking about paying him, it all boils down to there's particulars in a contract that can hold things up big time, and we've heard though they're not even close and all that kind of stuff too. So it could be something a lot more than particulars. But I think one of the particulars is that he's only played one game. I mean, only played one season where he's played the entire season. I mean, that is one hell of a particular to be considering when you're talking about guaranteed money and how many years you're going to go out on that guaranteed money. Like anything beyond 3 years guaranteed money is just overextended for his injury history. And he wants to get paid. He wants maximum injury. He doesn't want an incentive-based contract. He doesn't want a short contract. And neither does his agents. His agents, I mentioned this on a show earlier, his agents have an image to uphold and they want to get maximum dollar. And they're the type of contract we want to give that would be incentive based. Really, all teams should be going to incentive based contracts, but that's a different story because the cat's it's out of the bag at this point. Just pull up the truck and unload it on your quarterback. I mean, at what point is too much too much? I mean, when you talk about a percentage of your whole cap, it's not normal to have that much of your percentage of your cap going to your quarterback. It's just getting ridiculous. So somebody has to hold out, and if it's us, that really sucks, but at some point you got to wonder when a team is going to say, okay, go see what other team's going to pay you that. And
well, I think that's why the conversation, I mean, the owners had a meeting about it, about talking about a cap just for quarterbacks.
Right.
So the owners are seeing this too, and they're realizing it, and they're trying to get in front of it too, because the contracts are getting crazy. But I think they're. Go ahead.
Finish out. I'm sorry.
No,
Brett.
I mean, I was basically just
I don't want to forget what you're saying there, but go ahead.
No. I'm just basically saying that I think I think they're moving in a direction to where they're trying to make it to where these quarterbacks can get paid and still have competitive teams.
Well, it just occurred to me, Bryson, with what you're saying there and what Hooked Up is saying about athletes first and all that. And I'm going to actually modify and even expand my take that this is a war now going on with athletes first and the league in particular, and other agents who are going to soon find themselves cut out of the pie because Athletes First is getting all these deals for unworthy players or less worthy players, we'll say, in some cases. I'm not going to say who, but look at the 3 teams right now that have a chance to create some kind of triumvirate to push back on this Athletes First move. You got Jordan Love with the Packers, Prescott with the Cowboys, Tua with the Dolphins. You're talking about 3 of the most storied and traditional organizations in the league right now that have a chance to come together and say no. The Miami Dolphins, Dallas Cowboys, and Green Bay Packers are putting a stop to this trend right here and right now. And who's going to challenge those 3 organizations like that when it comes to optics, you know?
Yeah.
Are other teams that need a quarterback gonna come up and pony up the big bucks like some of these others have, or is the market like that? That's going to tell us what the market really the market?
Right,
like
right.
The market's not the market till something's on the market. You can't have a market if nobody ever hits the market. Quarterbacks don't ever hit the market hardly. They always get overpaid.
Right, and I guess what I'm really trying to say, Joe, is if there is some kind of shadow war or Cold War or a war that's about to become public, what faces would you like to put on your moniker if you're going up and making a public stand and putting a public face on your side of the battle? Are you going to go with Carolina, Arizona, and Jacksonville? Or are you going to go with Miami, Dallas, and Green Bay as the face of your fight? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems like the best case scenario to me would say you're the quarterback. You're almost like a stock option invested position in the company because you're so important to the organization. So at that point, the amount that there is of the cap and how successful your team is should be how much you get paid. And depend, if you're playing the position and it's that's kind of what they're talking about doing, is having it be at least capped out at a percentage. But I think if there's some way to use that as a way to start an incentive based contract scenario, is saying we're going to have, if they're already going to carve out a special contract scenario and a special cap scenario for quarterbacks, make it incentive based as part of it.
Right. Now, I'm sure there's rules against them talking to each other about this stuff, like when it comes to collusion and all that. So how would you send a message? Let's say if you're, one of those 3 teams or 2 of them trying to get a message out to the third one that, hey, you're safe if you want to do this, if you want to stand your ground. Or how do you get a message out to the rest of the league at large, the owners, to say, hey, if you were thinking about taking a stand, you've got allies, because we're going to put this report out that people are calling for a salary cap on QBs. You know what I mean? So that's saying to the rest of the owners, hey, people agree with you. You're not alone. You know what I mean? Don't be afraid to take a stand without having to call them up and break the rules of collusion.
Hey, speaking of Devontae Parker, what's going on, Crypto?
Hey, what's going on, Jake? What's happening, man?
What's up,
What's happening, everybody?
Hey, I do have to drop
happening,
off, so
Crypto?
thanks for having me up. And
Thank you, Joe.
Hey, thank you for coming by, Hooked Up Joe, man.
Yeah,
You're always welcome
thanks.
here, man.
Yeah,
Fins
take care,
up.
Hook Up Joe.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Probably one of the most mentally stable people in the community, next to Mr. Polk.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
appreciate you guys. So what's up, Crypto?
Nothing. Just enjoying my vacation.
Oh, where are you
Just
at, Crypto?
relaxing. Well, man, I'm in Chicago now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
My kind of town, Chicago.
The Windy
Yep.
City.
My kind of town.
Well, and the one,
And
and
that's
so, Steve LeMay is pointing out that Deshaun did
Yeah.
force his way out by all that, by whatever. But got to remember something else is that the only reason he didn't play is because they knew that he, like, you don't, if a guy is disgruntled and he's trying to hold out and he don't want to play, you can have him under contract and he has to play, especially if he suits up. But are you really going to put that guy on the field? I'm not saying players will throw games or nothing, but can you take that chance if the guy don't want? So that's the way Deshaun was able to use his leverage to not have to play, because they weren't willing to put a guy that they couldn't trust. You know what I mean? If he really was not wanting to play. And for him, we're talking about deep-seated personal issues as to why he didn't want to play, which we can all agree. And, you know, that probably is an exception to the rule, maybe, of most. I don't think you rarely see a
contention was with his
actually go
owner
through that
and
point.
how they. No, Deshaun Watson contention was with the owner and how they treat him.
Well,
how he
before
took on
that,
the
Crypto, the
team.
reason he had requested a trade is because of the whole personal issue with the owner. You know what I mean? Not the 22 women and all that. You
Right,
know,
that
and
came
it's
later.
like,
That was a retaliation.
right, but I'm just saying that normally players in this situation aren't facing that kind of personal issue where they end up going through with the holdout and not playing, and you know what I mean, and all that. See, what the reason
They
he didn't
told him to
get
stay
fined,
home.
the reason he didn't lose a check is because he suited up and went to the sideline. But they knew mentally he was holding out, so they're not going to put him on the field. He's a liability.
Right, they
But
told
they
him to
still,
stay home.
but he played the game. In other words, he played the side game and suited up and said, "I'm ready to play." But they already knew by then he was. You ain't going to put him on the field. You know what I mean?
Right,
And that's not his fault. So he still gets paid for those games.
right. Well, actually, it was the next team that basically extended him, gave him
Right.
a new contract.
Right. I'm talking about in the and when he was holding out, when they were, you know what I mean? They franchise tagged him.
Yeah, it wasn't a holdout because of a
Right. And he was
contract
threatening to
negotiation.
hold out, but he ended up suiting up. But by that point, they're like, he's a liability if we play him. Because there was no injury clauses. You know what I mean? So they would have been burned if he got injured. So he knew they had to bench him. That's why he was like, guess what? I'm not going to lose any money. I'm going to suit up because I know they ain't going to put me on the field.
Yeah, his situation was a little
Tua
unique.
doesn't have that moral high ground. Deshaun's moral high ground was that he had to play for an owner that he believed, you know, had a deep personal issue with the, you know, color of his skin. So, you know, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I didn't read deep into it, but that's the way he felt. And I don't see that. I see that as a mitigating circumstance. That's like an exception to the rule. Like that's something that you almost have to like say, you know, okay, yeah, who's going to argue with him there, you know? But a guy like Tua, I don't know if he has that kind of leverage to like, if he puts his uniform on, he's starting. If he wants to throw the game, he can throw the game. Fine. But he's starting if he puts his suit on.
Yeah, he
It
hurts
wasn't the
himself
same with
ultimately if
Deshaun
he starts
Watson.
throwing games. That's why I don't even think that's an option to throw a game. But the next team ain't gonna want to pay him if he's out there intentionally throwing games.
Yeah, I mean, Q, I didn't move around the topic. Steve LeMay asked the question. He's the one that brought up Deshaun holding out. Because the thing was yesterday was that I think Lewis had asked the question, who has gone through that whole thing? And somebody had pointed out Deshaun, but that's kind of an exception to the rule. The only other player would probably be who? Le'Veon Bell? And that didn't work out so well for him.
Yeah, it did not. His career was over after that.
Yeah.
But I will take the compliment, Q. I am a very cunning person. I will take the compliment.
Who was the last team Le'Veon Bell played for? I know I know he was with Pistol for a little bit, but
He played for the Jets for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Jets picked him up, and I think that was it.
Yeah, I think the Jets were his last team.
He was what I call a patient runner.
I feel like Tampa Bay might have picked him up too, or
the good
or
thing is,
Baltimore,
real
something
quick,
like
I'm
that.
sorry, Bryson. The good thing
No, you're
is,
good.
Q, for me, is I don't believe in the devil any more than I believe in God. So there you go. I'm not one of those half atheists that's like, I don't believe in God, but yeah, I believe in the devil. No, I'm both ways, man. I know you know. I'm just bantering with you. How's the weather out there in the middle of nowhere, man? Middle of the Pacific.
Who said they went both ways? What the hell? Did I just hear?
Good shake.
What was that, Shake?
Oh, I know I forgot to pause there, Shake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
You?
He's like, the weather out here is great, man. Are you kidding me? He's saying hot, hot, hot. Yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty hot that time of year. Dry heat, I'd imagine, huh? Or you guys get a humid.
Well, then again, and that tropical, he has tropical islands, so it's
Yeah, you're right. I guess they are down in the tropics.
What's up, everybody in the chat? I know everybody was I didn't get a chance to read no chat. Just responding to everybody.
Pretty much. We're remember we're talking about Devontae Parker. How Devontae Parker is the GOAT.
I don't remember anything about that conversation. I would be a part of that movement.
Oh my God.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, everybody's giving them the new deadline is August 1st now for some people in their eyes. Then after that it'd be September 2nd.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Irving. That's right, Irving. Deshaun in particular did have a no trade clause, if I remember correctly. That's why it worked to his advantage.
Why we were the only team he waived it for. Essentially, the deal was done. It's just that the signatures wasn't on, in lockstep. The report out there, they said we have already agreed to terms to do the trade. And then Stephen Ross came out and put the caveat in there with the signatures.
That he wanted the civil stuff cleared up. He wasn't even concerned about the criminal.
Right, because
now you and I, Crypto, know you and I know damn well why he wasn't concerned about the criminal for the same reason you and I weren't concerned about the criminal. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
You understand the law and what standing they had. But the civil would cost Deshaun money, and that money would likely be negotiated out of Stephen Ross's pocket in the future. That's why Ross wanted the civil stuff cleared up before he dealt with Deshaun.
Right.
Because he's a businessman. He didn't make his billions by being stupid.
Yep.
If Ross would have acted the way that people want him to act now, we would have Deshaun Watson on our roster. Or Lamar Jackson. We would have snatched Lamar Jackson right away from the Ravens if Stephen Ross acted the way the fans want him to act now.
You mean by paying him?
By giving him more than the Ravens offered him.
Giving him more than the Ravens, yeah.
Which would have still been within our budget and still would have been within market value. You know what I mean? Because I think the Ravens got a steal. I think they worked him.
They got a steal. Yeah, I understand. That's a new contract fresh off the presses. We're only less than 12 months removed from that particular contract. So why is he not considered a part of the market?
Right. Exactly.
Hey, this is what this guy's got. Maybe Lamar Jackson's slightly underneath Lamar's contract is what Greer is offering them. Since they
Right.
don't think it's as close to Goff's, they think they being duped.
Right. Well, Steven says, Color, I don't think that's accurate. The Ravens would have matched anything we offered. You could be right about that. I mean, you know, if we could have found out just how bad the Ravens wanted to keep him, sure. And they could have just kept running it up. I think that's what Lamar was trying to induce with his, hey, I'm hanging in Miami right now all off season. You know what I mean?
Right.
He
Soon
was
as we
trying
give an
to
offer,
induce that bidding
they'll
war.
counter offer and they'll have them. Yeah.
And maybe that's why Chris Greer backed off so quickly, because he's like, no, he just wants a bidding war here.
You're right. They probably saw that the Ravens was just.
He probably thought the Ravens nor Lamar had any intention of of Lamar leaving there.
Listen,
Right.
all I know, this year has been a weird year. If we're not talking Tua, we're talking Hawk Tua. So either way, we're talking Tua.
Now, are
You
we
said
talking
Hawk
about
Tua.
hawking Tua to Minnesota, or is it HOCK Hawk Tua, or
Yeah, Hawk Tua. Yeah, we're talking Hawk Tua or
like
Tua.
Tua in Hawk?
Yeah.
We're about to put him in Hawk if we pay him all that money. We'll be going in Hawk. We'll be hawking off the tennis field and shit.
Yeah.
So, hey Bryson,
Yeah.
I hear you are a fellow air traffic controller.
Yeah. Here in
Pedro was
Arkansas.
telling me about it.
Yes. What airport?
I'm at Little Rock.
Oh, okay, Arkansas. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
I
it's
keep
like
thinking Louisiana for some reason, but it's because it's not far from there.
we're talking about
Color,
how
I
many.
was in Louisiana before.
Yeah, we were
That's
talking
why.
about how many souls you're responsible for if you mess up.
Right?
A lot.
But see, Bryson, I do pay attention, right? I knew you were out of New Orleans.
Yeah, I was in Shreveport before. We talked about it before.
Oh
Remember?
yeah,
You
Shreveport,
visited
man.
there.
That place is killer. I love that town, man. That's some of the best food I've ever had at an IHOP.
Yeah, man. We were talking about that actually. They do got some decent food.
Like they just care about their cooking there, bro. It don't matter if it's
Yeah.
McDonald's, IHOP, or some fancy restaurant. It don't matter. It's just really good cooking, man. It takes some pride in that.
Yeah, actually, we got some good food here too, man.
Well, it's not that far, from there.
Yeah.
The west side of Illinois, down in the south, they got some good cooking at their McDonald's too.
Oh yeah.
Like if you're talking like like right along the river by St. Louis on the Illinois side, all kinds of good cooking over there.
Yeah, man, I like it here. Crawfish season just about ended. It was good though. It was a good time.
Fish.
Wait a minute. What was that I heard? That McDonald's doing some cooking? Like
Yeah,
conventional
like
cooking?
in Shreveport, the McDonald's is the best you've ever had, man.
Oh.
I ain't never been to an IHOP that cooked eggs more perfectly than that. And it wasn't just like one visit. I was there for like a week. So I ate at that IHOP like a couple times. And it was just consistently like gourmet.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find that down here in Miami nowadays.
Well, once you get back into Florida, you're back in the north, Mr. Polk,
Exactly. Yeah, you're right on that. Some of the like I said, some of the McDonald's or the Burger Kings and what have you. When you go up the road, they're totally different from the ones down here. They're much better.
The only thing about Shreveport, it's right at kind of the Mississippi Delta. So it don't smell the greatest after the thunderstorms in the afternoon.
Uh-oh.
Kind of swampy smelling. That's also why they got a lot of oil.
Trying to get out this door.
What happened, Crypto?
No, I was one of these screen doors. I'm trying to
Hey,
get out.
Irving, remember we were talking basketball earlier, Irving?
Yeah, what's up?
Remember we were talking basketball?
How great the Jazz is?
No, I was asking, does Utah still have a basketball team?
I don't know if they have any titles, but
They have a franchise.
a big donut.
They may not have any titles, but they're still the greatest franchise in basketball.
Hey,
Even greater than the Celtics. I don't care what you say.
Crypto. I just want you to know that the that the Florida Gators have more basketball championships than the Utah Jazz.
Oh damn!
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. It's all right. It's coming. So once we get that first one shake, then they're gonna just come pouring in.
I heard there was a hurricane watch in Gainesville.
Hey, and real quick, a hurricane watch. You know, it's a tropical depression. Hey, you know what? You know what happens when Utah wins a championship? The fans turn off the Xbox and go to sleep.
I can't believe that's the first time I've ever heard that. That has to be an old one, man. Come on, you really?
Yeah.
Well, actually, that joke was for the Bills fans. What do the Bills fans do when they win championships?
We'll get one
What do
before
the
the
Bills do
Bills.
when they turn off the Xbox and go to sleep?
Right. When Mark,
we're gonna get one before the
win a
Bills.
championship. Yeah, and then the power went out. I bet you Bills fans use the AFL jersey on the game so they feel like they have a championship team. It was a pro football league.
Actually, the AFL is technically an AFC championship.
Right, pretty much. Because they never finalized it
Yeah.
with the interconference game or the interleague game, right?
Right, by making the other, and
until they came out with the Super Bowl.
it was a step right.
It was meant to be like an exhibition game between the two leagues. Like who's the best from these leagues? Because the AFL was coming up, and they're like, "Wait a minute now, we ain't as bad as people think." And then, of course, that got stirred up. Who's the best? The high-flying passing league of the AFL or the gritty Vince Lombardi running league of the NFL? And that's what started the Super Bowl. Kansas City versus Green Bay. Ironically, both places now have not both. Obviously Green Bay takes credit for the Vince Lombardi trophy for the Super Bowl because they're the first winners of it. And KC, named the AFC Championship after their owner, Lamar Hunt.
Hey, listen, Utah Jazz is like having a Havana meatloaf that doesn't exist.
If any of you want,
that's because in Cuba they decided collectively that it's not good for Cubans in Havana.
To eat meatloaf? No. Well, actually, in Cuba, they'll take any kind of meat right about now.
Yeah, all the beef and livestock is kind of decimated there. Yeah, they probably
No,
would.
they have good. No, they have good. It's just they have freaking regulations. You're only supposed to have a certain
One
amount.
cow, one
Huh?
cow, like one cow per
No,
market. Or
shit. You can't even have. You're not supposed to have steak. That's a luxury.
I'm talking about for the farmers that's out there in
I don't know about the farmers, but I know a family. You're not supposed to have red meat unless it's your birthday or some shit like that.
Where are we
is
talking
it
about?
is it rare? Is it a rare? Is it because it's the food sources are rare? I mean, the cow sources are rare there, or no? What's
No,
the
no, because they have food rations. What they're supposed to have.
they're rationing the food?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And
but
they
I
and they
think
can go
that's
to
the
they can go to your house and inspect the refrigerators whenever they want to.
you think that's the trickle down effect of embargoes and constant embargoes? I was
I
going
don't
to
know.
why
No,
they
I don't think
ration
so.
food?
Because look, at the end of the day, yeah, they don't do business with the U.S., but guess what? We do business with everyone else. We do business. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We do
but
business with
is it
Mexico. We do business
widespread
with
with the
Canada.
other
We do
nations?
business, huh? No, I'm saying Cuba does
Is it
business with
widespread?
Canada. They do business with China. They do business everywhere else except for the U.S.
Yeah, but right, but like the shipment and importations of all the other businesses, do they? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if it's a scarcity to the point where they have to do that.
Yeah,
No, they don't.
it's because all the people in the party
There's scarcity.
get all the luxuries, and all the people outside the party you starve. We
No,
know
yeah,
this.
it's just like, for instance,
Yeah,
all
well,
the five
that's
star.
a part
Listen,
of it
all the
too.
5-star restaurants, all the 5-star restaurants, everything that's considered luxury, are for the outsiders. They're for the tourists.
And I bet they don't have their refrigerators
Oh, so I
inspected.
can come down there and enjoy a nice 12-ounce steak,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
I
they,
bet and
as long as
Jake,
I pay for it.
I bet those restaurants' refrigerators don't get inspected either, do they?
So the minute
Oh
I
yeah,
become a
you're
citizen
on
is
the
when
line,
they
man.
take the
You
steak,
go there with dollars.
Or
You're good.
maybe
they
they
take it off my
do, but
plate.
their quota is a lot higher. You know what I mean?
They'll take it off my plate the moment I decide to become a citizen. Right there at the dinner table is when
Oh yeah.
they'll
Oh
send the
yeah.
police officers to come in and seize it.
Yep. As soon as you put that red star on your shirt.
Yeah,
They
man.
say,
All
"Oh,
I know,
you're
yeah,
no longer a tourist.
it's tourist only.
Tourist only."
So it'd be a good idea to wear my
Yeah.
my anti, I have a shirt shake that has a hammer and sickle with a slash through it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would get the steak if I wore that shirt to Cuba, right?
Yeah, man. There's a lot of Canadians that go there, bro, and enjoy the beach by themselves and shit.
Or would they throw me in jail and like
Ain't that's what Jordan was like along the shores of Cuba? Spend like a vacation down there.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Mm-hmm. I think he went to Cuba.
He said he liked it. I guess because they treat tourists like kings and
Oh, yeah.
queens.
You could actually get laid there.
Yeah. He can actually get laid there. Yeah. That's
oh,
true.
hey, Kevin's back.
Oh man.
What's up, Kevin
Probably
Lee?
a renewal. Kevin's been a long time supporter. That might be a renewal.
Hey, that's my 5th favorite Seminole fan.
But thank you very much, Kevin Lee. Oh, I forgot. You were supposed to thank him because he's a Seminole fan.
I eat 200 grams of protein a day. Where do they get their protein? I guess what? Oh, yeah, he said, where do they get their protein? Because he eat 200 grams a day. What could I feed a family over there?
Probably eggs. Probably get a protein from eggs.
Mm-hmm.
You can get protein from a lot of sources. Hell, you can get protein from leafy
Fish.
vegetables.
From
You got to
peanuts.
eat a whole bunch of it in large quantities.
Yeah.
Peanuts, almonds.
You get potassium from peanuts too.
Yeah. Green leafy vegetables, you can get it. You just got to have a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, spinach. Spinach is good for protein.
Yeah. Spinach, kale. Got
ice cream, cake.
Cake. Let them eat cake.
Get the protein. Yeah, vegans and they don't have no issues no more. They used to be an issue back in the day.
Soy, huge
Where they,
source of protein.
yeah, they get it now. They
It's also a huge source of estrogen.
vegan, yeah, vegan bodybuilders. Go Google vegan bodybuilders. You'll see that. Yeah, vegans don't have no issues no more when it comes to protein no more.
Soy, also known as commie protein.
You just don't have to get it no more. I mean,
There you go. Look. What's good, Shaking Panel? My last favorite.
Likewise, yeah, Noel.
Man, I didn't know. I didn't know the crocodiles and they had a team. The Florida Crocodiles.
Hey, we got more NBA, we got more basketball championship to the Utah Jazz. So
hey, I'm not gonna lie, baby alligators are like my favorite baby animal. They're the coolest, man. The little boogers don't realize how deadly they are. You know what I mean? It's like
We're gonna probably start changing the gator. The gators are so bad. We're gonna call them the beavers. The Florida beavers.
And the great thing about baby gators is gators don't have poison, whereas a baby snake, they're already that deadly.
Right, they can kill you from the minute they're born. Yeah,
and a lot of times their poison is more virulent because they're babies and they don't know how to regulate the flow.
right. Most of them naturally tend to want to inject all of it in there from their sac on the first bite.
Right. Whereas an adult may just barely venomate you because he just wants to scare you away or whatever.
Most large cobras, king cobras, do the whole one. They empty their sac on the first one.
Yeah, the problem is if they do that for defense, that leaves them nothing to feed themselves for the rest until they build back up that sac. So they're less apt to actually fully envenomate you. It's usually just a warning because they don't want to empty their sac.
It's just enough to
If the animal they're defending against is not something that they can also eat, they won't like give you a full dose.
Yeah, or out of defense, they try to do it because they'll end up being prey. Like when they endlessly try to attack mongoose, they realize
especially if it's a prey animal or another predator that has an immunity to their poison. Absolutely,
they poison, right? They're like, oh damn, I'm in trouble. I'm a goner anyway, so I might as well try to inject as much as I can. They're like, nope. It was like it's like spraying water, injecting water in them.
Like a lot of them will just like. There was one time in the canyon when I rounded this corner and this pink canyon rattler shot out at me, and like I'm telling you, bro, there's no. I mean, I caught it. Like I was quick and reacted, but still, there's no way that I could have reacted quick enough, dude. That thing chose not to bite me. Like it got me, and like it surprised me. Like even though I backed off, and I jumped
to him to stepping on him, you'd have been
that thing had me so taken off guard that it had to have chose not to bite me.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You come close to stepping on the rattler. That's hence that.
It was under in a crevice, and I came around a corner, a 90-degree corner. And it was in the crevice because the creek, Bright Angel Creek, is like blowing off mist onto the rock around that corner. And it's just chilling there. And I had no idea. I came around and it's like whoosh right out at me. And I jumped and backed off, but I'm telling you, like the thing had me so like off guard, dude. There's no way it couldn't have bit me unless it chose not to. Because as soon as it lashed out, it slithered off into the rock, like ran away.
What's going on, Thomas? I think Thomas in the chat. I think that's on. Yeah, Thomas Jensen. Yeah.
I'm thinking it was a female with some babies or something, and it was just like lashed out and then ran. You know what I mean?
Back from the nest, yeah.
Shit.
That's the closest
Hey,
I've
man.
ever come, dude. And if that thing would have hit me,
ain't nothing wrong with hot dogs and hamburgers on the grill. Shit. Listen, if we live in a world where there's something wrong with hot dogs and hamburgers, I don't want to live in that motherfucker.
Beans are good too. You know why?
True.
Because they don't burn on the grill.
I know. But do fish fry in the kitchen?
Fish frying in the kitchen. Oh yeah.
All I know is it took a lot of trying to get up that hill.
My mom used to do that. My stepdad loves fish. So you're like
You hear me, Crypto?
Saturday nights, man.
Yeah.
Fish fry in the kitchen.
It took me a whole lot of trying to get up that hill.
Trying to get up that hill.
Yeah.
And the big leagues. What about I told you about my deluxe apartment in the sky. So
Yeah, they raised the rent. It was so that was that studio that Grumpy was talking about.
Yeah, my deluxe apartment in the sky, you know. I enjoyed that. That was a great apartment.
And you maintain the crypto the Bitcoin ATM machine down in the lobby of the building, right?
Yeah.
That's your gig. That's your gig instead of the dry cleaner. You run the Bitcoin machine down in the lobby.
Down in the lobby, yep. No dry cleaners for me, yep. I had the Bitcoin machines
That'd be
in
the modern Jefferson's crypto Jefferson.
Oh yeah.
Shots going off tonight. All right. See if we can figure out what caliber it is.
Those shots.
No, that's a firecracker. Never mind. I heard the little shower after the explosion. It was a firecracker.
Oh yeah.
People testing out their supply before the 4th, man.
Yep, it is. Leading up to the thing, I'm going to go to the Taste of Chicago this week. And, you know.
People are so into shooting fireworks these days. You know, it all started after Y2K. That night was the most continuous firework explosions that I think any of us have ever experienced in our own neighborhoods. And people have been shooting off fireworks for every single holiday since then.
Right.
If you notice. And now they're shooting off fireworks because it's the week before 4th of July.
Yeah, they have like a lead up or run up to it.
Yeah, it's the weekend before 4th of July. So yeah, definitely shoot off some fireworks.
If the 4th of July falls on the weekday, they're gonna, they'll do it that Wednesday, and then
they shoot them off for Easter now. I mean, I'm talking about regular people, crypto, not like the parks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Funerals,
Mother's Day.
Yeah, I had a visual for when my mom passed. We had a few fireworks, and we had one of those things we lit, one of those floating candles that goes up into the sky that you light.
Right.
It floats away. You know, it works like an air balloon, basically. It's one of those candles you light and it floats up. It acts like air, make it rises, and it just floats off. It's pretty
Crypto, being that you're a fellow serviceman, have you ever put a coin on somebody's grave?
No, I haven't been to. I've yet to do that. No, I haven't done that. But part of my father's remains, I'm gonna put into Arlington. I'm gonna put part of it there. Because he's entitled, because he's a vet too. So I never, I did the coin thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I heard the penny is a fellow serviceman. A nickel is they were in boot camp together, and if it's a quarter, he was there when he got killed or something like that.
The higher up the coin, yeah, the more they did, like, the more service member record or whatever. Yeah.
Hey Shake, hey Color, hey Crypto, hey Monty.
Hey, Thomas.
Hey there. Hey, Tony.
Um, I just wanted to say from the other night and then backstage, I really didn't get to talk to you guys about, because I wanted to talk to the black people that I chop it up with in this community, and never shook your hands or anything at any of these tailgates. And screw it, I don't want to shake your hand. I want to be able to give you guys a hug and tell you guys that how awful that was, that happened. I know Shake, you were in that space. But it's been
Crypto was too, really.
it's been eating at me. I've been trying to stay away a little bit. I don't know if I'll go back to the Twitter side, because I heard a lot of I caused a lot of anger, and it was what's the word I'm looking for? It was justified, and the thing that's killing me is I blindsided a lot of you guys I chop it up with, and I'm really sorry this happened, man. I don't know. I know a lot of people probably don't trust me anymore, and not sure what's in my heart, truly in my heart. But I could just try to be a better person, be more caring, be more a compassionate person. Just try to do better, man. And I hope I could still chop it up with you guys. I love you guys, I really do. And I'm so very sorry. I'm sorry this happened, man.
I hear you. I feel you, Thomas. I don't know if you heard. Well, you were still on the panel the night when I gave my closing remarks. You know, you did show a lot of sincerity. I do believe that, and you coming back up here for a second round to apologize again. No one twisted your arms to do it. I showed enough didn't call you and told you to do it. So at least I could speak on my behalf that I never initiated what you're doing now as far as apology goes. So in my mind, I see that as being genuine and sincere that you did it under your own reconnaissance per se. So because I never initiated it. So and I'm on the panel now. So for you to do that, and have the remorse because you made that mistake. Yeah. So I said I didn't perceive you as a racist because you never spouted racist rhetoric to the not likes of Josh Allen and things like that, and have that type of ideology. So I never. Um, it's just like I said. There's other ways for me to detect whether individual racist, and they don't have to burn a cross on my yard, or utter the N word. See what I'm saying? So there's other ways of detecting that from people. The N word is not a qualifier, or burning a cross is not a qualifier. There's other ways of detecting it, because it's just it's the ideology and what you perpetuate and what you believe is what to me determines whether you're white supremacist or not. Because at least I personally never heard that from in the presence of me or other blacks. So at least I can say that much. That's why I say it went from speculating that you're racist to me saying outright that you are one. When it comes to, at least when it comes to you, like when it comes to other individuals that was on the panel that night, I can confidently call them that because of their ideology and what they're spouting out of their mouths.
I wanted to be able to talk to
Hey,
each one of you individually about it, but then it went in a different turn there on that
Well,
issue.
all I know is Thomas, me and Crypto, we speak privately. There's two individuals that Crypto told me he doesn't like it when they're on the panel, and you're not one of them. So
I'm so sorry.
And I just want to say I
I
really
know
appreciate
you
you
were in
saying
that
that,
space when
Crypto.
that happened, Shake, and wish I could go in the space and apologize to everybody that was in that space. And Kendall took it personally, and because I saw, he tagged me on a lot of the stuff, and I wasn't really going at anybody. I was going at, listen, if you don't like that, that was the premise of me spouting when I didn't need to, was you don't like the way Lou was running that over there. He runs it like here to where everybody's invited up. And if you don't want to kick the Buffalo Bill, Michael K out, then if the shoe fits and you don't like it, you can get out, don't listen. And that was what I was trying to put out there. And it was awful.
Thomas, as a black man of 50 years old, I wasn't in the space when it happened, but I was on T.F.T.G when El Capitan played the replay. And at first, I mean, I've never really interacted with you that much, but at no point have I, had any inclination that you would be any kind of bigot or racist. But listen, I have friends of, different ethnicities from white to Asian to Hispanic, and we tight like that. And, and we've had knockdown arguments and damn near ready to take each other's face off. And I love them to death. And, you know, me as a black man, I've never been so angry at another ethnicity to even utter saying a racial slur to them or anyone. And it's never even come close to me even saying such as something so derogatory. However, I do forgive you because of the basis of who I am. I do forgive you for what you said, and I want to believe you for what you said.
Yes.
And but again, I will forgive you, but I won't forget it. So it's all good.
I understand.
Right. You can always forgive, and it'll just be a memory. You won't forget. That's correct.
yeah, as a matter of fact, just keep it in the back of your mind because in case it becomes a pattern.
Correct. It's a good point.
And I just want to say I appreciate both of you for recognizing that and saying that. That means a lot to me.
The thing I do is I get in a lot of chop it up with you guys, and I tease and I, say derogatory things, and a lot of times in these chats I put it in all caps, and like I'm screaming and yelling and trolling a lot, and I gotta be more sensitive of the words I say and the words that I write, and in my opinion, I gotta be a better person for that, and I'm gonna be more of a kinder, compassionate, caring person. And I got to think about the way that's coming off on the other end, when I'm saying certain words that I'm not going to say no more, for example, if someone's going through an abusive relationship or domestic or, categorically worse, I can't, I'm staying away from my point is the word hurt bad, but there's other words that I say and do, and again, I'm not trying to tell anybody like I'm the word police, freaking guy out here or anything. That's just for me personally. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not. I did a lot of start. The first couple of days, I'm going to tell you, I couldn't. My wife's like, "You got to eat." I didn't eat for like 2 days. I couldn't sleep. I was agonizing. The hockey game Monday night, luckily, gave me some relief to take my mind off of it, because I was in Twitter and it just kept coming up and coming up and coming up, the anger and because I was tagged in a lot of that, and I hurt a lot of people. I've angered a lot of people. I mean, and I got to change the way I got to look at it more like the lens through the listener, or what they're feeling. If they're getting stressed out over a word I'm saying, if they're suffering PTSD and I'm saying a word that's triggering that, or like I say, someone's going through an abusive relationship and I say that word and it triggers some sorrow or hurt, or I just got to be careful how I talk from now on, and I'm going to make an effort to conduct myself a different way, man. And that's just for me personally. A lot of it's just joking and banter and teasing and trolling and, trying to be funny. But for me, I think those days for me are over doing that. It's more, I'm going to be more.
Hey, but real quick, but before you do go, I just want to give a quick shout out to Kevin Lee for the $20 dono. I appreciate you guys over the last few years, going back to where El Capitan just started the channel. Here's to always keeping it real no matter what the topic. Can't wait to hopefully meet you. I meet you guys sometime this season. Fin Fam, what's up? Thank you, Kevin Lee. Appreciate you. And I'll continue.
Hey, Thomas, man. Listen, look, how you get up here in the spaces or whatever you talk, and everybody's talking trash, and somebody's trolling or making fun of each other or whatever. It's all good. It's all good. I appreciate that. Keep it coming.
Well, no,
However, and mostly, hold on a second. And mostly, if I didn't say it earlier, I appreciate your sincere apology, and it seems like you're coming from a place of earnest, that from your heart, But like some other individual who I will rename anonymous, who doubled down on how he felt about a certain issue, I can't accept that. I can't accept that. But you're not in a part of that, so kudos to you.
I plan on still to joke around and stuff, but just in a different way. Just
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, all serious dude now and like completely change my personality. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But I can be more aware of things I say that in the lens, and not the lens, but in the ears of other people. That's bothering, and it's like I said, that's just for me. It's just for me saying that. But that I'm doing a lot of soul searching, and I need to be a better person for me. That's all. And just hopefully, I don't go to a lot of the tailgates. I've never met any of you personally. The only person I ever met was Batman, where we hooked up at the tailgate, and I brought my two sons over and introduced them to him, and we were able to chop it up for a few minutes before the Tennessee game, which was a disaster. And that's the only person from this community I've ever met. But I know, look, if I ever, I know you guys have those where you all get together at the tailgate. I want to make a concerted effort to come out there and shake a lot of your guys' hands, and and get to hang out with you and chop it up personally a little bit here and there. But I've been going to a lot of the games. As a matter of fact, that game was the first game I went to since pre-COVID. I mean, I used to go to them. Me and my dad had season tickets. We used to go all the time. We used to go to a lot of the games at the Orange Bowl. And then we had season tickets when we went to when it was first Joe Robbie. But I kind of got away from it. And now my kids go all the time, and they enjoy going down there. But they got a bunch of friends they tailgate with.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I didn't want to spoil the surprise, but I'm going to anyway. So I hopefully you can make it for the fan of the year, because I'm not fan of the year. The fan weekend club, weekend fun. Remember what's that fan weekend? Crypto and I are going to be there, and Crypto is going to be inducting Devontae Parker in the Ring of Honor.
I'll be giving him keys to his new trash truck that Wayne Huizenga told me to give to him.
And that's what's gonna happen. He's gonna induct Devontae Parker into the Ring of Honor, Dolphins Ring of Honor. Much deserved, Devontae Parker. You know, he's a 1,000-yard receiver. You know.
Yeah.
Well, Thomas, if I could just offer you any words of encouragement, I'd say based on the interactions I've had with you over the last couple of years, and you know what I have determined about what's in your heart, I think that you're well on the right track to just to having no issue in the future. And I firmly believe that, because I believe that anybody that's working towards you know, goodness in their heart is going to usually succeed. So, you know, I have no doubts that you're going to be a better man for it in the long run.
Thank you for having me up, Shake.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, you're not on the ban list, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Scummy said if we cut to it yet.
No, we haven't.
Okay. Christopher Greer, Scummy, said that will be a possibility after the 2025 seaon.
God, can you imagine a day, Crypto, when Scummy asks that question and we can answer it yes? Can you imagine that? After all these years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one day that could be a yes, a possible yes in that scenario.
Right.
If he holds out or do whatever thing and it just spirals out of control and he's no longer here, then yeah, Scummy's vision come to pass.
The funny thing is, it'll be like Airplane at the end of Airplane. So like 5 years from now, we haven't had Tua in 5 years, and he's gonna come in and chat and be like, "Have we cut Tua yet?"
Oh yeah.
Remember the
We
end
believe
of
in you.
Airplane?
Yeah.
Just wanted to let you all know. Good luck. We're all counting on you. They already crashed the plane.
Yeah, the plane was landed already.
Right.
Yeah.
No, they even did it while in the middle of crashing.
In the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
He came in like 3 times.
Yeah.
It'll be like 10 years from now. I just came in to ask one question. Have we cut to it yet?
Yep. It's gonna be. Oh man. And he'll go in.
That was one of my favorite movies. What do you make of this? Well, we can make a brooch. I can make a hat.
He'll be asking the questions in the next team's chat. To a plan for the Saints or whatever. He'd be like, "Have we cut to it yet?" It just be
Yes, every fan base has their Scummy. So whatever team he goes to, that Scummy is gonna be like on the comment section. Have we cut to it yet?
Hey, Hey, has somebody verified? Has somebody verified that somebody within the organization actually said that we're not willing to give to a market contract?
Wait a minute, say that again, Mountie.
Has somebody actually verified that it was put out that the team is not willing to give to a market contract, a contract at the market?
Oh, verified that release that statement.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, the
yeah.
person we would verify it with is the one that put the report out, Jeff Darlington.
Wow, that to me, if that's true, that makes that's a strong statement.
And
That's a
then
strong statement.
Schefter came out and kind of backpedaled a little bit, said that his colleague's report was a little clickbaity, and he said they want to pay to the fair market, but they're trying to determine what the fair market value is.
Right, which
That
means is
seems like a bunch of sunshine blowing up our ass because they didn't like what Darlington said. You know what I mean?
yeah. Which to me tells me that the market ain't even stagnant. That right there alone tell you that it shouldn't be one or two people included in the market. All participants should be the market. Baker Mayfield, Lamar
Right.
Jackson. You know, they
See,
add
again, Crypto, that's the word they're leaving out. Miami's not trying to figure out what the market is. They're trying to figure out what his value is in this market.
Yeah, right, exactly. It could be, yeah. And here's the market. You know, here the total market capitalization is 200 billion. You fall in between somewhere between 0 and that 200 billion. That encompasses the market. Are you a penny stock or are you a blue chip? There's levels to it. Ain't that what we always say is levels to it? So the entire S&P 500, it has the top 500 companies, but all of those companies encompass the market, but they have different market capitalizations as well. Like
What kind of Bitcoin are you?
Nike has a different market capitalization than McDonald's. McDonald's has a different capitalization than ExxonMobil. So, yeah, they're all included in the market, but each one of those companies have a different evaluation within that market. So just because a bunch of restaurants are in the second or third tier, we're not going to value him at the top of the restaurant sector or the energy sector. These are certain players within said market. The quarterbacks, the running backs, the wide receivers. But as far as quarterback market, that goes from 0 to 100. Where do you fit? The Dolphins are trying to figure out whether you're 60 out of 100 or you're 70 out of 100, not 98 out of 100, because the San Diego the Chargers decided to value their quarterback at a 101 out of 100. But Christopher Greers may say, like, wait a hold on, that's San Diego's valuation of their particular guy. But our valuation on this 0 to 100 scale puts you at this number.
Right. It's like Barclays compared to JP Morgan Chase. They might both have a different opinion on a particular value of a stock.
Exactly.
One of them might be bullish on that stock. The other one might be saying a hold. The other might be bearish. You know what I mean?
Right. One of them, given the sentiment is they might give you a downgrade. Barclays, they might just upgrade it you to a buy. One
Right.
downgraded.
So somebody that's used to following Barclays recommendations, they hear that JP Morgan upgraded this stock over here, and they're like, so what? The people I trust haven't upgraded it yet.
Right. Or I've looked more deeply at the financials and saw that they were hiding some things.
Or you would compare Barclays' track record to JP Morgan's track record in valuation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. These CEOs in these
Like
companies.
JP Morgan could be, changing all these stocks to buys, and everybody could be losing money on their recommendation.
Right.
Likewise,
Star. You might be
the Giants could overpay Daniel Jones. That shouldn't have any bearing on what we do with ours.
Right. The Giants may have given him a 4-star on their analyst rating, but yet everybody else is giving them 2 stars.
Right. And that's what the owners are trying to stop. It's getting ridiculous. It's like, oh, we just, because the Giants paid this guy. And because the Giants have won so many Super Bowls recently.
Yeah, the Giants analysts gave him 4 stars on their analyst rating, but yet collectively the rest of the league see him as a 2-star. So, but yet the Dolphins are going to look at that and say, well, or the Dolphins fans are looking, well, see, this analyst rated him a 4-star. They paid him this much, but not looking as that his true overall average rating by the other analysts involved in the market are giving him 2 stars. So that's
right. That analyst might be losing money for their clients for all we know.
Right. By giving a bad 4-star rating to a 2-star stock.
It seems really simple, crypto, but apparently nobody wants to. It's because people don't want to hear that. People want to believe their own narrative.
Right. Right. They going off the analyst ratings of bad ratings.
They heard something catchy. They heard somebody else that is smarter than them use a catchy catchphrase like the market is the market, and they parrot it. They don't even know what that even means. Like, that doesn't even mean anything to somebody that has intellect. The market is the market. What did you just say to me there? Absolutely zero.
Right.
That's like saying Publix is a Publix. Okay, what is that telling me? The grocery store is the grocery store. That's literally what they're saying.
Right. And if
the sky.
And correct me if I'm wrong, a loaf of bread in Publix in New York may cost a lot more than a loaf of bread at Publix in Florida.
Right.
Those are the same restaurants, same grocery chains, but they're different pricing.
Or if you were to ask,
yeah, it depends on. It also, it depends on the minimum wage and all that good shit.
Right. Or if you were to ask somebody, what color is the sky? Well, it'd be like asking somebody, what color is this sky? And them saying, well, the weather's the weather.
Like, one thing I could tell you right now too is, like, for instance, in the liquor business, right? The in order for you, at least in the state of Florida, in order for you to be successful, you have to have buying power, because there's the more you buy, the more they'll give you a better price. So if you could buy 1,000 cases of Captain Morgan, it'll come out cheaper to you than someone who could buy only 200 cases.
Just like if we were to purchase more years on the contract for a given player.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Do you guys feel that that Lawrence got overpaid?
Given that he has a 5-year contract, I'm starting to believe it was okay for him, given all what he's accomplished and what he did, division wise, playoff wise, and
I mean, if you're ready to do it and you got the cap and the time is right, yeah, I don't think it was overvalued.
I don't think it was over, because spreading it out, given that, let's say he plays every single snap in those 5 years, he's probably going to get every bit of that $275 million. So, but if he doesn't, let's say he misses a year or two and he don't hit those incentives, then he's going to get that 200, which would bring it down to 40. So it'd be down to like 15 million less on average for that time. It'd come out to like 28, I think they said, for the guarantee per year if he only just get the guarantees over those 5 years. So I think getting slightly under 30 a year in guarantees, if he don't get no other incentives, is good for him. If they don't reach.
I think there's a whole lot of people that are paid a whole lot of money that are very, very, very smart that arrived at that number with it's not as if they just pulled it out of the air. They used a whole bunch of mathematical variables and whatever else to arrive at that number. I would say, based on it being 2024, with the computational technology that we have these days, that the number that Trevor Lawrence got was exactly what he's worth.
Yeah, it's right in the ballpark.
So then the next question I have is, should Tua make what he's making?
Making what he's making.
I mean, should he have a similar contract to what Lawrence got?
Well, it's likely our mathematicians have determined the number of his value is larger than what is owed to him, but that doesn't mean it's large enough for him to agree.
Right.
I guess the only thing I'm thinking is that the fact that
the only thing
it wasn't against the best teams, but Tua season wise has been the last 2 years has had a better season statistically wise than Lawrence. The only difference is Lawrence has won a playoff game and Tua hasn't. Then Lawrence played against the Chargers and Tua played against the, ridiculous conditions, wind conditions.
But I hear that too. Lawrence also played against those same not in those conditions, but he did play fairly. I mean, I think he played against them twice in his career. I don't know the final numbers, but yeah, there are other teams that played against the Chiefs. Lamar, yeah, he only scored 10, but we glossed over the fact that they scored 24 against them, and the Green Bay Packers beat them and scored 27 and didn't have a problem with the Chiefs defense.
Yeah, I see both sides.
We can use the weather as an element because the Green Bay Packers, they can get their cold weather team anyway. I don't even know if the weather would have been really the difference. Let's say if Green Bay would have played them in the Super Bowl or played them in those conditions or whatever. I don't know if the weather would have been a difference then because Green Bay is a cold weather team too.
Yeah, I don't think
Green Bay didn't have any problem dispatching the Chiefs.
I don't think the cold really affected too. It was more the wind, the gusts. That's what was affecting him, and especially when he tried to throw towards the gusty side of the field, like when he was throwing.
And I would say that none of that has anything to do with us valuing him as a quarterback. You know what I mean? It's that they're looking at the preponderance of evidence. They're not like us. They're not going, oh, let's
No, I know. That's just me as a fan.
Let's isolate that one game and figure out, well, what is he worth based off that? No, I'm going to factor in the fact that all we had to do was get one first down against Tennessee, and we own the conference for the rest of the season.
Right, exactly. There were games before that was played before that was much more in his control than the weather element. That was a Monday night in 72 friendly conditions and weather conditions.
How about when we find ourselves in this situation, it's always something. You know what I mean? Like 5 games
right
at the end of 2022,
consistently it's
right, Thomas. They looking at that too. They're not looking at the one playoff game.
Well, in the end of the season's been pretty consistently. He hasn't been consistently good. I mean, it's
right. That's what they got.
I mean, there's a certain number. This is the part people don't realize. There's a certain number of expectations that we have, that everybody has, including the owner of our team, that we were almost 80% in agreement when the season ended. Those things were not fulfilled. About 3 weeks later, when everybody forgot and could start spinning the narrative because it was already in the rearview mirror for so long, we're right back to where we've been every single season, arguing about mitigating circumstances as to why we collapsed again.
I agree with that.
Well, we can all disagree, like as a fan base, of whether that those are who's right or who's wrong. But the organization doesn't have to sit here and go, you know what? I'm going to take that into account. No, they see exactly what happened and what they're paying for. Now, if they want to agree with people that think there's all kinds of other reasons we collapsed, then the deal will get done. No problem. Should already be done.
Let me give you this example. Not saying that just running would have did it or that kind of approach would have happened in a cold weather game when it's windy. We have that kind of firepower on offense from a pushing people around standpoint. But like, for example, when Bill Belichick decided to only throw 3 passes against the Bills in that wind bowl, in that windstorm, where but the Bills yet was still throwing the ball all over the field, you know, because that's just what their approach was in that particular game. I don't think the fact that Matt Jones only threw 3 passes and they still was able to overcome that element, those bad elements, and still win a football game.
Right. Here's the other thing, Thomas. If all of those good performances that Crypto is talking about through the first couple seasons, if all of those good performances were not enough to get him a contract, then why would they be now? So a lot of people are saying, well, remember what he did here, here, and here. Okay, we do. But that stuff wasn't good enough to get a contract then.
Yeah, because
they want to fill in the gaps. They want to fill in the gaps with his shortcomings for the past couple seasons with good stuff that he did in the first couple seasons.
Because the Ravens game years ago, the comeback was at the beginning of the season.
Right.
That was the year 3.
But if what I'm saying is if those good things mattered, if those good things hold on, real quick. What I'm saying is if those good things in the first couple seasons were enough to excuse the last couple seasons' problems, then we would have already given him a contract for those things we saw.
Right. It wouldn't have been a big hookup down. I think that first offer by the Dolphins or that it would have been higher enough for Tua to accept it if they put a lot of emphasis on those Ravens games.
Or we would have signed him last year and not exercised the 5th-year option.
I was just going to say that. I think if he didn't mess that thing up in that Christmas game and then went on and then say even, got to the playoffs and then, lost to Buffalo or whoever, I think he would have got a contract last year.
Or played Buffalo to within 3 points.
Yes, I think he would have gotten a contract just like Hurts did.
Right,
just like Hurts. Contract.
But everybody expects us to ignore the games he missed.
The problem was
like the Dolphins are supposed to ignore
that the Dolphins, they couldn't. You know what I mean?
Well, he was injured. Well, yeah.
Yeah, Brissett. And was it Brissett and Skyler finished the last 2 games? I think that what some of the Dolphins fans are doing, they're projecting it as if Tua went out after the Houston game that year. They conveniently leave out the 49ers and Chargers game.
Of course. They also are convinced. They're also convinced that we wouldn't have lost any other games if Tua would have played the rest of the season.
Right. That's another thing too, Color. Yeah.
Which was proven wrong last year. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to piece together all the good things. Like, if those things were good enough, he would have already got a contract.
Right. Even though Brissett played in that last game and Skyler played in the Jet game, Jets defense held us. Yeah, granted, they did held us to 11 points. But they're thinking Tua's presence was enough to win those because they're looking at they're playing the final score, playing the circumstance of the game. As far as the Patriot game, for example,
right?
They played us close enough in those years where there's no guarantee that we would have won those games. Especially.
Hey, listen. I just want to listen. one thing I'm learning about mental health is the fact that people that suffer from mental health say outlandish things for attention, and so at this point, I just want to acknowledge somebody because he is very delusional. Jets gang, he's saying the Jets division. This is obviously a cry for help. I just wanted to acknowledge you and let you know that we care about you, and I hope you're feeling okay. You know what I'm saying? So here we go.
Jets division. Wow. Well, I'll tell you what.
That's obviously. Listen, that is just a blatant cry for help.
Not so much the Jets winning, but if the Patriots, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. If the Patriots somehow win the division, all of the other three general managers need to be fired instantly.
Yeah. So I just wanted him to know that he's not alone.
A sure reason that Greer should be instantly fired. If the Patriots rise to power and just in one single offseason.
It's happened before, Crypto.
It's the most unacceptable. Everybody has come to a consensus that they're the worst team in football and all this and blah, 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 and all this and all that. But they pull off what Houston, Texas did last year and come out of nowhere. That I think Greer, McDermott, everybody in every team, the remaining teams in this division, needs to instantly hit the reboot button and go to Robert Kraft and beg on their knees and say, how do you do it? That's what needs to be done.
Tell you one thing they did is they went from inside to hire their next coach. They didn't go outside.
Yeah. That's good.
And they got a coach that wasn't dating a 24-year-old.
Yeah, that would be a spectacle if the Patriots were able to do that right before our eyes.
Yeah.
That would be really putting the league on notice on 1 year turnaround and fast rebuild. And because we're tooling around on whether or not who's going to be our franchise quarterback, negotiations, and a lot of high dollar players, building a pseudo super team. That's why hence the word pseudo. We're right now a pseudo super team on paper. But if the New England Patriots win this freaking division, heads better roll.
Yes. And on that note, hey, Color, I'm about to shut it down. It's been a long day for me.
Oh yeah, we're nearing 4, so you're good.
Yeah. So, any final thoughts before we close this out, guys?
Yeah, the Florida Gators probably get 3 first downs this year, and they would cross the 50-yard line maybe once.
Well, again, I addressed the Jets gang for his cry for help. Crypto, are you okay? Because you're obviously another one that's crying out for help as well. I hope everything's okay with you, man. What's up, KP?
What's up, KP?
What's up, KP?
KP out on the boat. Where you at? KP, where you at?
Is KP stripping for us?
He's on. Yeah. KP out on the dock.
What's going
on? Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, fellas?
What's going
on? Hey,
on?
Crypto, did you get to Chi-Town okay?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I made it.
Okay, cool, man. Just checking up on you, bro.
Yeah, nice little drive. I made it this afternoon. Yeah.
Did you stop by Wrigley and give them boys a piece of your mind?
Yeah, I'm going to go up there this weekend, Wrigleyville. Hang
While chewing on Wrigley gum?
Maybe Avenue, catch some balls that's hit. All those home runs are flying out of the stadium, it's hard to keep up with them. So, I'm going to be able to pick up a baseball line in the street because they're hitting them out of the park. So, yeah. You got free baseballs up here, Shake. Just go on the street. They're all over right outside the ballpark.
Yeah, the Marlins are playing there? Hell yeah.
Hey, Crypto, I had a question, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
July 4th in Chicago, man. Can you describe what goes down? Is Lake Michigan, you know?
We have what they call a Taste of Chicago, where all the greatest restaurants in the city come out and have a big festival. It's called the Taste. And it's at Grant Park. Well, actually, I'm still saying Grant Park. I'm dating myself. I mean Millennial Park now.
You're dating yourself?
Millennial Park. So they it's a pretty big festival leading
Are you gonna get lucky?
Leading up to that big huge fireworks celebration at the end. It's topped off by the fireworks at the end. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice and built up down there, Millennium Park. So yeah.
I've heard about how people go swimming and people go swimming at Lake Michigan, right? It's a whole beach scene, right?
Yeah. You swim. Yeah, they got beaches along the shores of Lake Michigan. Yep.
Okay.
It's pretty. Yeah, they cleaned it up pretty good there. So it's nice. It's cold as hell though. The water I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's cold, right?
Yeah. It can get up as high as I think 8 or high 60s. When it depends on how hot our summers is, it can go above 70 at times. It can get over.
But if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like hundreds and hundreds of families go out to the lake and have picnics and stuff like that. It's a really good time.
Yeah. Lots of picnics and all the parks up there. Lincoln Park is another one. So one of the larger parks here outside of.
Hey, listen, and Coming to America, Lisa said they need to rebuild Lincoln Park.
They need to do what to Lincoln Park, Shake?
Remember, and Coming to America goes, we need to rebuild Lincoln Park, and that was the when they were collecting money. That's what they were collecting money. Lincoln Park. That's what Lisa McDowell said. We need.
But that was set in Queens, though. Queens, New York. They may have a Lincoln Park there. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, of course, we all know the largest park is in New York as far as national park, as far as actual parks. City Park. Central Park is the largest one in the country.
Yeah, Crypto, looks like you guys got the Brewers this weekend, and it's in Milwaukee.
Oh, they're out of town this weekend, yeah. They'll probably be back for a 3-game stretch early next month, or I don't know how. I didn't look at the schedule, whether or not they're going to be back in town for the holiday. Normally, they do have some. That's the time when they have the interconference game. We tend to play the White Sox during that time. Last couple of years, we played the White Sox over the 4th of July. It's like the Windy City Series. We played in Comiskey, and then this year it should be Wrigley. But yeah. They go back and forth. The interconference games get played right up before the All-Star break. But it's crazy. I think they got rid of that stupid rule too, where the freaking winner of the All-Star game determines who gets home diamond advantage in the World Series, which is nonsense. How you gonna let some freaking All-Star game, meaningless game in the middle of the season determine now who gets the freaking home field advantage in the World Series? That was a bad experiment.
Oh, you know what would be another good idea? If the NBA does a play-in tournament, whoever wins the play-in tournament gets home field advantage for the NBA playoffs. If they make it.
You guys will have the
in the middle of the season. That's crazy. That would have been the Lakers would have had home field advantage then.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are having.
Listen, if you're gonna make the on-season tournament worth your while, you got to give it a nice prize, man.
But that means everybody's going all in on the first half of the season because they think they might have a shot at the end.
Yeah, you get home field. If you make the playoffs, you get home field. Either two things: either you make the you get home field advantage, or you clinch the playoffs, a playoff spot.
Right, like reserve that spot for at least the champion of the mid-season tournament.
Let's say you were the 10th seed, you automatically become the 8th. Let's say you're the 12th seed, you automatically playing for the play-in tournament. Doesn't matter what seed you
Right.
land.
No matter what seed you land, you automatic. Now they only have to figure out who's the remaining 3 teams to play each other.
Mhm.
To get in that tournament. You got 7 seeds because six teams automatically clinch. Then you got the final 4 teams playing for the final 2 spots.
Yeah, you
So you
automatically
the tournament.
automatically have a play-in spot.
Right. You're the 7th seed, right? You become that 7th seed, and then you get the final 3 games are up for grabs. They have the tournament for the final 3, the final spot.
I think that would be a great
Yeah, that'll incentivize that team, or at least it would decentivize them to tank at midseason.
Mhm.
Like finish out their season, say, "Oh, we got a playoff berth because we won the midseason tournament, so now we get to go." That means if you do tank, you have to decide to do it very early. You can't just start getting rid of your players at the middle of the
And if
season.
you do, for the love of God, lose the in-season tournament.
Yeah, because you might be the 13th seed and luck up and win that tournament and get yourself a freaking playoff spot.
Mhm.
If you go on a nice run.
I didn't hear you guys' opinion on the debate from earlier. Who do you guys have in a head-to-head matchup of the Dream Team versus the Redeem Team?
We say
I'm going
the
team too.
what was the debate?
The
It was
Dream Team, the Redeem Team.
Yeah, the Dream Team versus the Redeem Team. The Redeem Team being the team with Kobe, Wade, LeBron, Bosh.
Listen, I'm not getting fucking the Dream Team. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't bet against Jordan.
Oh, I'm a big believer in redemption these days, so I'm gonna go with the redeemed team. Even though
Listen,
I'm a big
if it ain't Bob
favorite
Marley, I'm
Jordan.
not, or Red Dead, yeah, whatever.
I would say the Redeem Team too, because wasn't the Dream Team with their? I mean, I remember like Magic and they were near the end of their.
I mean, if you think about it, KP, you got with the redeem team, you've got like LeBron plus a bunch of almost Michael Jordans. Whereas the dream team, you got Michael Jordan and like nobody even close back then. You know what I mean?
I think you're downplaying guys like Barkley.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that them guys played against Jordan, whereas the guys on the Redeem team grew up idolizing and emulating Jordan. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that was back then. I mean, they do it too. They just couldn't. They couldn't do it.
Like in other words, there's people that stay out of the LeBron Jordan debate because they think it should be Jordan versus Kobe or LeBron versus Kobe. You see what I'm saying? There's nobody saying that for Barkley or them other guys that were on the Dream Team over Jordan. There's nobody comparing them to Jordan.
Wait, I gotta think about this for a minute. 'Cause you had
Who else was on the Redeem team? Because again, I'm below casual KP, so I default to your wisdom on things.
No, it was a good debate. It was a really good debate because it generally boiled down to, in which era would the game be played. If the game was played in the '80s era, then those Redeem Team guys would probably suffer. Because the physicality of the game.
I have been following the Jordan LeBron debate.
All right, let me ask you this.
Be aware of that,
Hey, listen. Before we go, because I gotta head out though, because the wife is home. I want because I got some Hurricane fans on here. So, which team would be? Which team is the best team? The Jimmy Johnson team or the Coker team?
Oh, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy.
I know Hurricane fans. I know Hurricane fans that became lifelong Cowboy fans because of Jimmy Johnson.
Because of Jimmy, yep.
Yeah, that D-line, the linebacking unit would destroy
everywhere he went.
Yeah.
And then they eventually became Dolphins fans because they followed Jimmy back, Colin.
Well, this guy I know didn't. This one guy I know. But he's still a Hurricanes fan. He just he followed Jimmy right into the league.
That D-line had Stubbs and
Yeah, Cortez Kennedy, Jerome Brown.
Jerome Brown. Oh yeah. The
Sapp, young Sapp, Warren Sapp. You know.
yeah, Rusty
That's the other thing. Every single one of Jimmy's guys became like elite to Hall of Fame players.
On that team,
Who's that?
Willis McGahee.
No,
he was the
He
Coker.
would have been Coker,
Yeah,
right?
he was Coker, yeah.
Coker, okay.
Or well,
Yeah, I
he
think
might
Sapp
have
was
even been
Coker
that
too,
other
right?
dude.
If I'm not
He
mistaken,
might have been the
Coker.
dude that followed Coker.
I thought he was on one of them teams.
What was the guy's name?
Yeah, because Willis McGahee, he lost in the championship. He bent his leg
Yeah,
back.
he bent his leg ball. Yeah,
That's right.
Which they
don't forget about. Didn't we have Switzer too? Or no, not Switzer.
That was Oklahoma.
That was Oklahoma. Yeah.
Right after Jimmy, before Coker, there was somebody else. I thought.
Butch Davis.
Butch
you
Davis.
You had
It was Butch.
Erickson. Is that his name?
Oh yeah, Dennis Erickson as well.
Oh yeah. Dennis Erickson followed Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Then, but
And
had very good teams
Dennis
too.
Erickson sounds like a phone.
Yeah, he won.
Yes. It's like Erickson.
And did his son play for the
Yeah,
U? Craig Erickson?
Yeah, his son was a quarterback at Palmetto High School down here in South Florida when I was in high school. Yeah.
They spell it the same way.
The MMA fighter Kimbo Slice was the best player on that team.
Oh wow, he played on football on that team, really?
Yeah, he was an all-state linebacker back in them days, man. Kevin Ferguson, straight from the Bahamas.
I never knew
athlete.
his real name, Kevin Ferguson.
Yes,
now that
sir.
sounds familiar.
Ferg, Big Ferg, we used to call him. Yep.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, Kimbo, when Kimbo Slice gave up the MMA and became a straight boxer, that's when he started winning all his fights.
Yeah.
Because he knows how to throw hands.
Yeah, rest in peace, man. Then he passed away, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was knocking out people from junior high all through high school.
Real quick to go back to the NBA, the Dream Team and the Redeem Team. If they were playing under the Olympic rules, I would go with the Dream Team.
Oh, that's right, AP, because it kind of should follow Olympic rules, since that's why the teams were constructed.
Yeah, it's a more physical brand of basketball in the Olympics.
Right.
Yeah, there's no dunking and all that.
They haven't caught up because they don't think the Olympics don't have any way to appeal to the market. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They had no reason to change anything up.
Did they allow
heavy efficient shooting to be a Dream Team
with the Olympics?
They wouldn't get anything inside.
Right.
And nowadays, you got a bunch of, you guys got to watch out for like the. Hold on, Thomas. I got to mute. You got some feedback coming in.
Sorry.
You got to watch out for these Eastern Bloc teams now, man, because you don't think all them guys are idolizing Luka over there and emulating him. You know what I mean?
Or him and the Joker. Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, Jokic too. Yeah.
One of the things we talked about was even in the 80s, you did have international guys coming through, but they didn't become huge stars, you know?
Right.
Like Sabonis, Rick Smits, Detlef Schrempf. Those guys were good NBA players, but they never became great. And the reason was the physicality of the league negated their skills, you know?
Right. I got you. You know, KP also, I mean, I haven't been to the Eastern Bloc countries, but I have been to Germany. And you know, now you're not talking one-to-one culture, but it doesn't change much from Germany into like, you know, the Slavic regions, you know what I mean? It's very, as far as, you know, the way they live their lives, stuff like that. And the thing I noticed big in Germany was, and I know this from also learning in school, that, you know, they're real big on like public gymnasiums, like going to these public gymnasiums where like that are sort of like what we would call a YMCA or something. You know what I mean?
YMCA's, yeah.
Every town's got them and everybody goes. Like it's a big pastime. And like the main thing they're doing in them places is playing basketball.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, there's a basketball court in every single town.
KP's point. They've had them. They've had the Detlef Schrempf of the world and the Dirk Nowinskis, and you know they had to deal with that. And then Tony Kukoc and Vlade Divac.
Seem like a lot more Eastern Bloc, though. I haven't heard a lot of German or Italian players per se. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't hear you guys talking to like any German names or.
Well, no, Detlef Schrempf was like a ground. He came out of Germany. Detlef Schrempf. And I think Rick Smits was Dutch. I think.
What about the guy from Derek?
Nowinski, yeah. He's German.
That sounds German, right?
Lewinsky, that's going to either be like Polish or Russian, but
yeah, but he's from Germany.
But if it's an old enough family, it could be East Prussian, which is was German at the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, there are some skis that are German.
German, right. Right. That's what I'm saying. He's native German, but he's actually Polish.
Right. And the other guy you mentioned, KP, the Dutch guy, that's close enough. You know, Dutch.
And Manute Bol. Manute Bol is German, right?
Of course, the Dutch wouldn't say that. But,
Manute Bol was a Dinka from Sudan.
He's in Sudan.
Yep, Sudanese. Yep,
that was a big dude.
They're literally trees, human trees, man.
Yeah, they're the tallest human beings, of any ethnic group are in the Sudan.
Wow.
In the Sudan, they're the tallest of the ethnic group. Yep, they literally never stop growing until they die.
Yeah, Manute Bol was actually a short guy in their culture. You know what I'm saying?
You're kidding.
I'm just kidding.
Dude, I remember. Dude, I seen him when I was in high school. I used to go to games and I seen him in person. Holy crap, man! Dude, you could see him from the back, man. He was freaking
right.
Yeah,
taller than everybody.
You know all them famous pictures they'll take they'll put like Shaq next to a regular person or something, you know, and you're like, wow. You can put Shaq next to that dude and be like, wow.
But you know what's funny is like when I went to a wrestling event, there was a wrestler named Virgil, right?
Oh yeah,
and
I remember Virgil.
Of course, yeah, Virgil. Standing next
Him
to all
and
the
Ted
wrestlers,
DiBiase were together.
Yeah. You think he's like he looks like your average dude, but when I see him in person, I'm like, damn, that motherfucker's swollen than a mother. Damn, he's swole as fuck.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he played ball too. I don't know though.
I heard he used to box. He was a boxer.
Virgil.
Virgil, yeah. I mean Ted DiBiase, yeah.
Of course, I look up Virgil on Google and it wants to bring up the old Roman poet. It's like, God.
But here's a funny story. Virgil, because he was Ted DiBiase's lackey. Virgil was a slight at Dusty Rhodes, who was a promoter, because Dusty Rhodes' real name is Virgil. So when Virgil went to the WCW, they changed his name to Vince.
Huh. So Virgil, birth name Michael Charles Jones.
Yeah.
Wow, are you kidding me? He just died at 72 years old.
Man, that's John.
Guess what the date was? February 28th, 2024.
Oh, just this year. That's my dad's birthday, February 28th.
My birthday, too.
Right. That's
right, KP. We already, that's right. Happy. I hope I got your dad a happy birthday, man. I don't remember if we talked on my birthday.
I think we did. Yeah, Ric Flair there's a documentary of Ric Flair. It's pretty good, too. I didn't know Ric Flair was a football player. Played for University of Minnesota.
Michael Jackson
I got some cake for crypto, and he's an ingrate.
So he went to Virginia Union University, and he was billed from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Palm Beach, Florida, as a wrestler.
Yeah, Macho Man. He died around near his home in Sarasota.
He only retired 4 years ago.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
There we go. Snap into a Slim Jim. Yeah.
Hey, did any of you guys watch the documentary on Andre the Giant? That one was pretty good too.
No, I missed that one.
I missed the whole one. The whole one. I saw bits and pieces of the Giant. Yeah, they called it the Giant. Yeah.
It was really sad because he was so big that his body was breaking down on him.
Yeah.
breaking
Virgil went by Curly Bill in the ring at one time.
If you want to see a real good tragedy, though, that Von Erich story, the Iron Hawk, saw that movie the other day. That was incredible. I had no idea. All the brothers were dying back to back. It's crazy.
Yeah, they was dropping.
Man. There's some crazy corrupt stuff going on in wrestling over the years, man. I've been watching that one show, man. It's crazy.
Like all the old vets like Hogan and Flair is still around. They survived it all, man.
Yeah. Flair. If you watch the Flair documentary, he has no idea why he's still alive. All the hard drugs and drinking he would do every day.
And then go have a bunch of wrestling matches right after that.
Yeah.
Hey.
The wear and tear in your body and doing all of that. He said, "Yeah, I'm a miracle. I'm even still here."
Yeah, him and Ricky Steamboat came up together. I found it fascinating.
And by the way, freaking, you know what tripped me out? I watched the Iron Claw in the movies, and the guy who played Ric Flair, I'm like, what the fuck? It looked like Ric Flair was trying to impersonate Dusty Rhodes. Ric Flair did not have a Southern accent, bro. They tried to give him a Southern accent. I'm like, since when did Ric Flair have a fucking Southern accent?
Yeah, Ric Flair was from Minnesota. That's what you know.
Isn't he from Jersey or up north?
No, he's from Minnesota.
He was adopted. He was adopted and raised in Minnesota, and yeah. Or sorry, actually, I think it was in Illinois, but he went to school at University of Minnesota. So he has that accent.
I always remember him like whenever they would be in Minnesota, he'd make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, from
Minnesota.
Okay.
Apparently, his daughter is still wrestling today, or at least was recently. She was a big deal in women's wrestling. Yeah.
Wasn't Jesse the Body from Minnesota too?
Jesse the Body. What's his name? Mr. Perfect was from Minnesota.
I think at one point he was the governor of Minnesota, right?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse was. Yeah.
Jesse was governor. Yeah.
Yeah,
he started spilling the beans about all his special ops work. They had to get rid of him.
He ran as he did 2 terms, so he wasn't that bad.
Yeah. They reelected him. Yeah, I think he got turned out.
Didn't you believe in some of the conspiracy theory stuff and
about the special ops?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He started spilling the beans about all that stuff, man. They had to get him out.
He's like, for instance, if you was to ask me who do I align my party affiliation, he's pretty much who I align with.
Yeah, he's definitely a Switzerland of the political world spectrum. Definitely what you would consider Switzerland. He supplied bullets to both sides.
Yeah, but he borderline feeds the flat Earth crowd too, though, man.
Yeah, he kind of entertains them a little. I think he kind of walked that back, starting to believe in the science of singularity.
I'm not saying he was a flat earther. I'm just saying the type,
Oh, come on, caller. You don't believe the Earth's flat?
Yeah, and I don't believe in the Anunnaki and all this other. I mean, come on, man. You know what's funny? Here's the thing that'll get you. You notice how anytime they find one of these, anytime they find one of these suspected more ancient sites that had, they always find them in a place that already has an ancient site. It's not like they've never found one isolated by itself in the middle of a continent somewhere. It's always in the same places that the actual ancient sites are. You ever notice that?
You talking about when they find these lost civilizations?
When they claim that there's a way earlier and older civilization that we don't know about.
Civilization like Atlantis,
these megaliths and all that, but they never find them apart from something that is already an ancient site.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, I gotta wrap this up. Y'all, you gonna want to keep it going, color?
I'm good, man. I'm good. We're starting to get into that land. That's coast to AM material.
Coast to coast, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I heard earlier when you guys were talking about how good the cooking is in Shreveport, Louisiana, and everything.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't get in at the time though, but if you're ever in the Caribbean, make sure you go to KFC. If you're in Jamaica, try the KFC in Jamaica and Barbados. It's so much better than KFC in the United
Do
States.
they actually have a goat there? Like goat offering?
No, it's the same menu, but the chicken is like, I don't know. I guess it's like, what do you call it? Yard raised.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the reason is,
got
but it's the best chicken you'll ever have.
Now, just to preface why I asked that question, I wasn't being flippant. In China, in Hong Kong, the KFC's the standard biscuit in a KFC in Hong Kong is a honey biscuit. They're not like ours. So there was a legitimate reason I was asking the question.
Yeah, there can be regional variations for sure. Yeah.
All right. And listen, before we go, I'm gonna leave you with. Listen, I got, like I said, I'm getting good at my craft and being a journalist. I got the
we're
footage.
up against a hard break. That's right, Shake.
I got the footage. I'm gonna show you the footage. Then I'm gonna close it out. I'm a footage of Tua Tagovailoa negotiating to Chris Greer.
Hey, you haven't played in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open.
Hi.
That's why. Now sit down and shut.
Holy the goody.